Ready. Play.
Hey guys, looks like we're gonna be here to talk about Rublev-Khachanov for now and Hurkacz-Sinner. Of course, Sinner and Hurkacz are actually very, very close to ending their match, but John laughed a bit that I'm just in time for Hubi's recovery. So, if that doesn't happen, then we all know who to blame. But indeed, I followed this match a bit at the university, and Hurkacz had a match point in the second set in the tiebreaker, 6-5. But honestly, Sinner just played a pretty great point. Of course, Hurkacz was pretty passive, but that's what this game is on clay. But Sinner did well to like go for big targets and not really like risk much. He was he just made sure not to lose it, and that was just pretty good from him, I would say. Matthew says that the weather forecast looked dreadful for this afternoon. Okay. I honestly have not checked that, but yeah, for now it looks like we're fine. The thundery showers that were forecast now replaced with sunshine. Great then. I'm probably gonna be here for like 4 hours. Mario is supposed to join later. Hurkacz now double faults actually to lose the match. So we've got our first winner of the stream, like half a minute after I joined, and that winner, of course, is Jannik Sinner, winner Sinner, who can play Novak Djokovic in the opening round if in the opening round in the quarterfinals tomorrow if Djokovic beats Musetti, of course. Some pretty exciting matches on the schedule for sure. The third round looks quite tasty. Frankly, the one that we have right now, Rublev-Khachanov, does not really interest me that much. But of course, that's what we'll be heading to now because, well, that's the only singles match going on. I'm just going to plug in my mouse. Yeah, sorry. Just literally came back, as I said. And we've got Rublev-Khachanov, possibly one of the weakest ones on the schedule today, but still, of course, quite a high level match, right? We're number 6 against we're number 12. That's what we get in these ATP 1000 third rounds. Let me just change the stream to that. Soon there should be, I think after Hurkacz, there should be Jarry and Tsitsipas starting up, which is actually one of the most, I think, exciting ones today. To see where Tsitsipas is really at. Is the injury gone? Is Jarry gonna cause him troubles? Because you could imagine that, right? I mean, Tsitsipas has historically struggled against big servers, of course, with that backhand return. On clay, he should be doing a bit better with that. Maybe he can also just run around many backhands, and that will also work for him. But we shall see if he is able to do that consistently. Where's the stream? Okay, no, that's not Khachanov Rublev. Yeah, that's you see, that's what you get when you don't like when you're too stubborn to buy tennis TV, etc., and you have to deal with this unofficial methods, let's say. And but as I said a few times before, I'm just not. I just it's a social campaign at this point for me. I'm just not gonna buy tennis TV until they show doubles qualifying and etc. Anyway, I am on that match, on the Rublev Khachanov match already. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, I think Mario will join at like 5 p.m. ish. 5 p.m. ish if you're not in the same time zone as me. It's like in 3 hours 20 minutes. Then shortly I will like have to leave, but Mario I think is gonna be here until the very end today. Most days I think Monte Carlo finishes at like 6 hours from here, so there should be plenty of content to follow. What have we had today? Maybe of course we need to just mention Jan-Lennart Struff and what he's been doing. I mean, not even today, right? I mean, what he's been doing all year. At this point, he's 27-9 in 2023. Pretty crazy. Of course, some of that is the fact that he's played so many qualifying events because he's 11-0 actually in qualifying. So if you take out the qualifying events, it's like 16-9. Still, it's a remarkable record in many of these qualifying events. He played some quality players. I would say. And yeah, just been a very very consistent season from the German, which I don't think we really expected because well, in 2022, even when he was already like I think it was a foot surgery that he had, but even when he came back from that, he was like good in patches. He had some decent events, but then would struggle for a month or something like that. I was live in Braunschweig last year where he won. This was actually right after the five-setter against Alcaraz at Wimbledon, and he just completely thrashed the whole field, even though it was a 125, one of the most stacked challengers all year probably. And he just completely destroyed everyone. The only one who got to a tiebreak was Delbonis in the opening round. Struff Delbonis in a challenger round one, by the way. And the only one who got to a tiebreaker was Delbonis, and I think Struff was like 5-3 up in that set. So he just demolished everyone, and we thought that maybe this was going to continue, and it didn't. He had many disappointing losses. I think especially like U.S. Open qualies and etc. He had a very nice section there. Maybe many disappointing losses is a stretch, but because he had some runs, but just wasn't really that sort of level. Yeah, but it looks like he's ready for it now. I mean, this year, you can barely find any poor loss from Struff. Maybe, there was that one in Vilnius where he played Gerasimov. I actually watched that match live too, in February. But this was right after he was coming back from some injury. Didn't play Davis Cup because of it. I think maybe only played doubles in DC or something like this, or maybe even withdrew. Let me quickly check that. I can't remember. No, he didn't play at all. Davis Cup for Germany because he was injured, and then he just had one poor match against Gerasimov in the opening round in Vilnius. But otherwise, he's been very spot on. Of course, he lost to Gaston in Marrakesh last week, but that's not a bad loss. You wouldn't really say that. I mean, he went down 5-7 in the third as well. Yes, and when it comes to this week, again qualifying, Varias Rusevori. It's been a bit of a theme of Struff's year, where he basically, plays in the qualifying, and he like looks like the best player out there. It doesn't always lead to a run in the main draw, but it did in Indian Wells in Miami. I mean, run. He won a match in both Indian Wells in Miami, which is quite impressive. It's to qualify for both and also win. There was, of course, the Phoenix Challenger where he was also in the qualifying, and he made the semis there, beating Public, Kokinaki, Skotov. It's such guys. Of course, Phoenix is like the most stacked challenger all year. And there was also the Australian Open when I guess he kind of disappointed with how easily Tommy Paul beat him. I think we were doing that Bonn sleepaway camp, let's say, in January, and I remember us thinking that Struff definitely had a big chance there, like that was going to be a five-setter or something, and Paul just very very easily beat him. Of course, Tommy Paul then reached the semis, so maybe it's not as bad as it looks right now in hindsight. But it's been a theme for sure that Struff qualifies this year and looks like the best player in the qualifying, like 100%, and that's what happened in Monte Carlo when he beat Varias and Rusevori. Pretty good field as well, right? I mean, the qualifying draw in general in Monte Carlo, I think, wasn't that strong, but that section was just filled with great players. I mean, Rusevori maybe not at his best on clay, but the top seed in the qualifying, and of course Varias with some main tour runs already this year. And in the main draw, he's just like barely put a foot wrong. He was he did put some real feet, let's say. He definitely put some real feet wrong today in the second set when he was 5-2 up with a double break. He was very very close to losing that set even, and maybe going to a third where you'd think that all the momentum would be with Ruud, with Ruud, and he eventually won. Of course, he just went all guns blazing on Casper, and a great matchup for him as well. He's been, I think he's never lost a set to Ruud. Let me quickly. Yeah, I mean he played them 3 times, 4 times if you count the team exhibition, like the the one that they had during the pandemic in like Austria. I can't remember where. But if you count that, he even with that exhibition win, he has never lost a set to Ruud in 4 matches. But how many is it? 9 sets. I mean 9 if you count the exhibition that I mentioned. Of course, Monte Carlo 2017, US Open 2019, that was still a very different route. In fact, I'm pretty surprised he even played Monte Carlo in 2017, frankly. I did not remember he was already like playing these sort of events. Kind of surprising. I guess he must have like had a wild card because yeah, there's no way he had the ranking for it, right? Which is pretty interesting too. Yeah, he had a wild card for Monte Carlo in 2017 route and lost to Struff. Then also U.S. Open 2019, and of course now another one in Monte Carlo. Many ventures to the net, not always with amazing success. I even read some comments. Oh, sorry, my stream just gave me some sound. Anyway, I even read some comments that maybe he could have just played route from the baseline, that he was outplaying him like that. Not giving root rhythm is also a quality. So I would say there's like two ways to look at it for sure. It's not that clear that what he should have been doing, but in the end, of course, he got it, and yeah, just played a fantastic match. And once again, he is in a ATP 1000 quarterfinal, actually, just for the second time in his career. I did not remember. I mean, I checked it today, and I thought that maybe it was even going to be his first one, but apparently he was in a 1000 quarterfinal in Cincinnati, I think. Let me quickly check it. Yeah, absolutely, Cincinnati 2020. The pandemic one. Okay, I remember. Okay, he was in really good form then, and everyone thought that maybe he was gonna trouble Djokovic in the quarters. But of course he didn't. He went down like 6-3, 6-1. Was just really going. I actually remember that much pretty clearly now. He was just like going at Djokovic with linear power sort of, and it just clearly didn't work. I mean, who's better at redirecting pace than Djokovic, and that was a stretch. Yeah, let's see what was in the comments as I was having that that long talk about Struff. Anyway, no Berrettini-Rune, you say? Okay, I have not read that yet, but that's a shame. I like this matchup. We've obviously had it in Indian Wells last year, I think, 6-4 in the third for Matteo, and also this year already in what was it, Acapulco? But Berrettini was injured, so it was just 7 games and a retirement. But in Indian was 2022. I absolutely loved that one. Rune was just having an amazing performance on return. What a difference a year makes as well. Today he was today he was going to be probably a big favorite. I mean, I haven't checked the odds, but I can do that very good. Yeah, like a big favorite against Berrettini, and back in Indian was 2022. It was maybe not a shock that Rune is coming so close, but he had some bad losses coming into that one. I think it was like maybe 2-6, 2-7 for the year, something like that. The first 2 months weren't great for him in 2022. And yet, of course, he was able to, just play a fantastic match against Berrettini. Perhaps not quite winning it, but I would say that was one of, that was one of the wins, the matches that sort of led to the breakthrough of Rune in 2022. Hello, Lexi. Yes, I'm just trying to make up for the comments I haven't read. Struff did well to recover, having lost the double break advantage. He opted to play very aggressive. Yeah, enough to win the tiebreaker, says Matthew. Yeah, he was definitely just at some points he was definitely just screw it, I'm going to the net, whatever happens. And it clicked, and of course, it would have been a disaster for him if he lost it from 6-1, 5-2. But well, yeah, thankfully he did not do that, and took that fantastic upset, just sort of proving how good he's been this year, which I'm very happy to see it, because he's just been one of the players that probably is flying, was flying a bit under the radar, but he was just very, very consistently putting in good efforts, and I guess now he is rewarded for it. What else? I started looking for Struff's records, and I forgot about Khachanov Rublev, but we are still on serve in the opening set. Khachanov leads 5-4. Let me also get back to the comments. Hit the like button. Thanks Lexi for the like. And yeah, we have on the Court de Prince, we have Rublev and Khachanov right now, as you can see on the screen. Rublev just blasted an ace to go 15 love up in that game. And I'm probably gonna switch to Jarry Tsitsipas once that match is on already. There was something also from I think from John in the chat about Tsitsipas. I want to hear thoughts on all this stuff and injury and having to play Sunshine Double. Oh no, the worst topic in the world. I mean, clearly there was some misunderstanding with like what he could do. I mean, unavoidable what was unavoidable was for sure the 0 pointer that he would have gotten, but of course according to the rulebook he could have just went to the tournament. He could have gone to the tournament doctor, but well, he didn't. In general, I would say it's definitely more beneficial to stay at home sometimes when you're clearly unfit to play, especially as the clay season is such a priority for him every single year. Especially this time, maybe not so much other than Monte Carlo. I don't think he had like many standout results on clay last year other than that, right? I mean, he lost to Alcaraz in Barcelona, that I remember, and also let me check. I mean, 17-4, so pretty great, but yeah, like semis. Oh, the final in Rome. Yeah, he lost it so easily to Djokovic that I forgot about it. But also the semis in Madrid. So yeah, just maybe no titles other than Monte Carlo, but very strong results other than of course around Garros, where fourth round is still great, but that was quite disappointing for him for sure to lose to Rune there. Even though he was actually 2 sets to love down in the opening round versus Musetti, and as well had a very tough battle with Zdenek Kolarz in the second round. So I guess you could see that something maybe isn't exactly right. But anyway, this the clay season is always going to be such a big priority for him, and it's tough to say without being a doctor or like knowing what exactly like the nature of the injury was, and like yeah, how much it was hampering him. But in general, I felt quite, it felt wrong that he was playing it. Same thing right now is with Talon Grigspor, who has had that ankle injury that he is going to have surgery on, but he can delay it. He can play through pain. And I mean, I don't know if it's impacted him. Tough to say, really, because well, the fact that he hasn't played well in his last 2 matches does not have to mean that, well, that this is the reason, right? It could just be the fact that he lost a bit of momentum when he withdrew from Miami to give his ankle some rest. But in general, I feel like it's it's just a little off to keep playing and sort of delay that surgery. I think this is because of the fact that Grigspor also believes that clay like is still his best chance at the ATP level. I don't really agree, but that's a topic for another day, I guess. But in some cases it's definitely better to just skip it and yeah, just heal up, especially if such an important tournament as Monte Carlo is for you is coming up. But maybe it's not gonna matter, maybe it's not gonna matter. We're gonna see, because well, Stefanos of course got a retirement from Benjamin Bonzi in the second round. So maybe it's actually not gonna make any difference, right? It's possible. So I'm not like gonna give any verdict on like whether it was stupid or not before I see what he's gonna do today, frankly. Because well, the match against Bonzi wasn't really a match. It was just five, yeah, just 5 games. Rublev and Khachanov are at 5 all, so I guess I'm going to watch this set until the end and then switch over to Jarry Tsitsipas. I think that would make quite a lot of sense. Let me I don't think there's been like any action, at least in terms of breaks and etc. in this one so far, but let me check that. At least when I was just looking at the scores, yeah, no one even got to deuce yet, which is pretty surprising for a clay match between these two, I suppose. Have they played on clay before? Let's check that. Not really. They've played 4 times, twice on grass, interestingly, twice in Halle. Khachanov. No, they're actually tied 2-all. Both won a match on grass and both won a match on hard courts. One Rublev's win on hard courts was in the Challenger in 2016. So we haven't really seen that as much of this matchup as I thought we have. But it's 30-all now, so maybe we're gonna get that first game when someone gets to deuce, or maybe actually, just straight up breaks. We'll see what Khachanov does with the serve, and it's going to have to be a second one. And the serve wasn't really that much of a threat, and they were just in a neutral rally. And Rublev just missed a pretty regulation backhand. Cross court wasn't really aggressive with it, just a straight up unforced error. And maybe there's still not going to be any deuces. 42 minutes, we're at 5-all, and Khachanov can secure the tiebreaker, let's say. Can at least ensure that he's going to get to it, but it's also going to be a second serve. Big backhand return this time from Rublev, and he should be able to smash it pretty easily. Yep. So we have that first deuce in the match. I think Jarry and Tsitsipas are warming up, but as I said, I think we're gonna stay here until the end of it. Rublev complaining, but not complaining about anything but himself. But we've had some, I think, people in the chat on some previous streams also talking about that, like maybe a little self-destructive behavior of his that he can present sometimes. Anyway, there's advantage Khachanov, so another chance to secure that. Getting to a tiebreaker, let's say, and also putting Rublev in a pretty in a pretty tough spot, having to serve to stay in the set. I'm not even sure like who I would say is the favorite here. Rublev probably just achieved a bit more at the ATP 1000 level on clay, but the matchup seems very, very even, frankly. Rublev again is waving his hands and just definitely not happy about another backhand error. So 43 minutes in, and Rublev is going to serve to stay in the set after the break. And maybe we're also going to get a tiebreaker in this one. And as I said, then probably switch over to Jarry and Tsitsipas, who have just started. Stefanos is serving. What else earlier? Hurkacz Sinner, is there much to talk about other than the fact that Sinner saved the match point? I mean, there was a moment for sure when it felt like Sinner maybe could just lose it in two straight up. He was a set and a breakdown. Of course, on clay, it doesn't matter as much. But looking at the fact that in the whole match, like other than the third set, we only had one break of Hurkacz serve. In the third set, of course, it was free. Other than looking at that, maybe you could say that even with 6-3 2-1 up, Hurkacz was already pretty close to like winning it. But his level in that was also the case with the match against Draper in round 2. He had some really brilliant moments, but it just didn't last. It just wasn't longer than a few games. Of course, in general, like his game has been very powerless on clay. You could even argue that it's been very powerless off clay, but at least it's just going to be easier for his shots to make much of an impact. Of course, I'm not talking about the serve. That is always going to stand out on any surface, but just off the ground, he hasn't been that much of a threat, especially on clay. I think even maybe out of these three sort of tall counter punchers that we have in the top echelon of the game right now, so let's say Zverev, Medvedev, and Hurkacz, I think he's probably even the most passive, the most defensive one. Well, it's definitely not Zverev. It's like only between Medvedev and Hurkacz probably. But there were games in the Sinner match, there were games in the Draper match, just a few games in a row where he could actually produce some power of the forehand. And especially in the beginning of the Draper match, it seemed like the court, I don't know if it was like the weather conditions, the sun, but it seemed to play very fast. And yeah, he was just crushing that forehand, which was quite shocking to see, frankly, especially after how he played against Jarry, against Zapata Miralles, where he just couldn't put any sort of pressure on them. Yeah, but today, just a missed match point. But as I said, there's not that much that Hurkacz could have done there. Like, it was a long rally, so of course you could say, he could just, I don't know, slap a ball and blast the winner. But yeah, Sinner just played a great point. Knew exactly like what sort of margin of error to give himself. To not go for too much, but just work out, outgrind sort of Hurkacz, eventually forcing out the error. I think it was like a pretty decent backhand cross court that eventually got it for him. Maybe I've already talked about it, but like I'm not the biggest Hurkacz fan out there. Like I still want him to do well, but like he's not one of my favorite Polish players. But I was definitely excited to see him have another crack at Djokovic if Djokovic beats Musetti. So in that sense, I am somewhat disappointed. I would say he is 0-5, I believe, against Novak, and he played him on clay twice, and it wasn't really close. But it would be nice if Hurkacz got a win over, over Djokovic before the Serbian's career is over. Although, Djokovic is probably gonna play for a few more years, so maybe there's still a chance. I think Hurkacz also does not have a win against Nadal because I don't think he's played him. Did he? Probably not, right? Yeah, would be fun if he like got all the big four players or something. Because of course he has a win over Federer, and he has a few wins over Murray. I think he's probably like 4-2 or something like that in that matchup. I can't remember exactly, but he of course has a win over Federer in nowhere at Wimbledon, 2021. The sort of last match of Federer's career, not counting Laver Cup doubles, and he's 2-1 against Murray. Sorry, but yeah, not gonna get another matchup with Djokovic. We'll see, of course, if Djokovic even beats Musetti. 30 all though, so Khachanov is 2 points from potentially taking the set. As I said, I wasn't really sure like who's the favorite, and from what I see, the bookies also weren't sure. Rublev a slight one, but yeah, just marginal. Although it seems like some people were betting on Khachanov, that's why it's so marginal, because initially he was a bigger favorite than that. But I think that makes sense. They really do seem extremely evenly matched. A bit better, I guess, is just Rublev's Monte Carlo record, but does that count for much? Of course, this is where he had that huge win over Rafa Nadal, maybe the best one of his career. Is that too much? Is that a stretch? I don't think so, right? I think it's fair to say that Rublev's best win ever was that match against Nadal. So yeah, he definitely has some very nice history in Monte Carlo, although he did end up losing that final to Stefanos Tsitsipas. One of his 2 ATP 1000 finals as well. That was so. Yeah, I'm just looking at some Rublev wins and thinking that I think the Nadal one at Monte Carlo probably deserves to be like called the best, because the one in Belgrade over Djokovic doesn't really have that sort of kick, right? I mean, Djokovic was playing free setters all week, and in the third set he was just completely gassed, so I don't think it counts. There was also that one against Roger in Cincinnati, but I don't think. Yeah, it. I mean, Federer hasn't had an excellent record in Cincy, but it also doesn't really. It's just not the same aura of invincibility as Nadal has on clay. So I would say it's fair to say that that Rublev had his best win ever here. Very poor return from Khachanov though here, and Rublev goes 2-love up in the tiebreaker. I mean, it wasn't. It's still a return, but yeah, just wasn't really trying to do anything with it, and yet it flew out like 5 meters behind the baseline. This one was actually aggressive though, but he misses it long. So but here, this sort of error is fine because he was just going at Rublev's feet. Did not end up making it though, so it's the younger, I guess, of the Russians. I mean, I'm not even sure, frankly. They're also very close in age, right? I think they must be. I wanted to say that the younger of the Russians leads Freelove, but at this point, I'm not even sure. I think he's probably a bit younger, 97, and yeah, a year younger. So I wasn't wrong there, but everything about these two is just even as it seems. And there's it's gonna be 4-love for Rublev now, so tough ask for Khachanov to win that tiebreaker. Maybe he can get a point on the board, not with the serve though. So second serve now. Probably has to win this point to keep his hopes of taking the opening set. He is in the rally at least, and trying to, of course, keep Rublev on the much less threatening backhand side, but this time he pushes him wide to the forehand and works. And Andrey just couldn't cover that, well enough to get the ball back inside the court. And some very nice angles from Khachanov there on that forehand. Of course, he has a very much clay-like forehand with that extreme grip. But sometimes, when he has time, he can produce this sort of beauties. Ooh, there was like a mishit from Rublev that still fell in. Pretty lucky there, and he is gonna get that 5-1 point. I made up for it with a big backhand cross court. No apology there, but I guess it happened like 10 shots earlier, so he probably just forgot about it or something. Anyway, 5-1 on the changeover. One more point on serve, on Rublev's serve, of course, so he has an excellent opportunity to just go 6-1 up. We'll see if he does that. Last 12 points, Rublev won 9 of them. Of course, that's also that that game on his serve, so I don't know if this is a stat that really means that much, but it was shown at least. Yeah, this time Rublev actually mistimes the forehand and it doesn't land in, so it's gonna be 5-2, and there's some small hope, that there is some chance for Khachanov to be back in this, but of course, he would have to win the next 2 points on serve probably, which in this tiebreak has been pretty tough for him, but we'll see. He's played four points on serve already, and won just one of them, I think. No, 3 points on serve. I think 3 points. Yeah, 3 points on serve, and won one of them in this tiebreaker. Yeah, that second serve is pretty fragile for sure, but but Rublev doesn't really do enough with it, and it's a +1 backhand winner from Khachanov. Pretty good down the line, also not relatively safe at the same time. I think the direction choice definitely looked like it surprised Rublev a fair bit. Was probably on the other, waiting on the other to go to the other side, and that's why he didn't really make a run for it even. This return from Rublev is much better though, and it gives him a bit of it gave him a bit of a head start in the rally, but this is just just so unlucky for Khachanov. The ball doesn't bounce quite right. I think it was just it just was way too low for Khachanov to get it. Would have to play it off his ankle or something, and it happens. I mean, it's clay, right? That's the magic of it, and that's also the reason why many people don't like it, I guess. At least to play on, because I don't think bad bounces don't really impact the watching experience, I suppose, that much. Whew. Rublev tries to go for a huge backhand down the line, but the error is also just as huge. So he still has 2 set points, one more on his serve, but kind of threw away a point here. And if he loses the next one, then it's suddenly almost back at square 1. So he better concentrate on this next rally. because yeah, it might get kind of scary for him if he loses it as well. Was that serve in really? Okay, it seems like it was. So the serve on the line gives Rublev the set. Let me check how Jarry and Tsitsipas are doing. Okay, just 3 games in that one. I think, as I said earlier, I think I'm just gonna change my stream to that match. Did not like what I saw out of Rub against Munar. Hi, Brian. I think I watched like just a bit of that opening set, maybe. But you might be right. I think the opener was the one where which he won. No, he lost the second one, right? I think I watched. No, he lost the first one. He lost the first one. What am I talking about? Yeah, I think I watched just a few games from that one, but you might be right. Well, he has been just mediocre this year, right? I guess he just hasn't really shown any progress, but has also like he's gotten the wins he should be getting, I suppose. And yeah, he's pretty close to getting another one here. Even Novak said he was surprised he didn't take the court earlier. Really? Wow. That's quite wild. I mean, I haven't really I haven't heard that, but that's pretty yeah, I don't know what to think about this. Was he really thinking that that he was going to be on the court much earlier? Was that much between Rublev and Munar that long? I mean, the game there wasn't that many games, I guess, but there was probably with Munar every single match lasts like a century, right? 2 hours and 17 minutes. So I guess just a pretty short free setter even. Interesting. I have not heard that one from Novak. And also John saying that and at some point in the third set he inexplicably decided to go for it. Yeah. Munar has also been in a pretty rough spot this year so far, and I guess he just isn't too comfortable playing his tennis right now. So that's why it was also I guess it would have been a pretty big surprise if he beat Rublev, even though he's had wins like that. I mean, in the past, right, on clay, or at least got close to wins like that. I mean, there's been some close calls, even on hard courts. I mean, in Indian Wells the last couple of years. Again, the one against Fritz and etc. So maybe it wouldn't like be a huge shock if he beat Rublev on clay, but yeah, he's just out of form. So and you guys are both you guys are also saying that Rublev did not play well on that one either. Where's the stream for Tsitsipas-Jarry now is the question, and I think I should be able to find it. Jesus. Okay, got it. There's a breakpoint for Tsitsipas in the fourth game, just as I've turned on the stream. I'm gonna check in a second if it's just a solitary opportunity that he got in this game, or if there were others, but I don't think it would be said on the graphic here if it wasn't. And he gets the return back, which against Jarry should put him in a good position. But wow, I mean the Chilean just just plays in a pretty insane point. Inside out forehand winner, just balls to the wall, doesn't care and hits the line. Lovely stuff. This is the sort of tennis that we've seen from him in Santiago and Rio de Janeiro, right? Of course, since he has lost to Vavasori in Marrakesh last week, a minor surprise, I would say. Even though he was actually, I think, also 0-1 down in the head-to-head against Vavasori. Okay, this return also landed in, but Jarry just had it for a pretty easy backhanded. Well, Tsitsipas still caught it with his racket, but couldn't really play it back anyway. But yeah, he lost to Vavasori in Marrakesh, which was a bit of a surprise, but then looked great in dispatching Borna Coric is in the opening round, right? I think it was Borna Coric, and then yesterday Alexei Popyrin, right? I don't actually like even know the score, frankly, against Popyrin. I had a pretty hectic day yesterday, but I'm gonna see it. Okay, it was actually pretty close. Free setter 7-5, 6-4 the last two sets for Jarry. Let me look if there was like what was happening in that one, at least when it comes to like how the games went. Yeah, not much it seems. He saved one breakpoint each in the in the second and third set. But otherwise, yeah, it was a pretty tight one, I guess. I did not see like anything out of it. Yeah, I wasn't even sure like what the score was other than Jarry won, frankly. Um, yeah. Let's also, what is ST? And Brian says he has a big parlay on Joker and Tsitsipas. Hmm. Djokovic does seem kind of safe. That's true. Tsitsipas, I don't know. Yeah, just kind of. I'm still not sure if we can like expect Jarry to have the sort of consistency that some are trying to like yeah, just trying to think that maybe he's gonna make the quarters here or something like that, beating Tsitsipas and etc. I have my reservations whether he's simply gonna be consistent like this, but I think it's not a bad matchup for him against Stefanos with the sort of damage that his serve can do. So I guess we're gonna see how that pans out. It is very windy and slow in Monte Carlo though, so that's probably not too good for Jarry though. Even though he's better on clay than on other surfaces against Tsitsipas, I guess he would actually probably want to play on hard courts or something. The wind, which I just mentioned, is actually getting pretty crazy. It seems. There was even something like the covers next, behind the baseline. They started, yeah, they were just moving during the point, which was a little wild. And also you could clearly see on that backhand that Jarry missed that. Yeah, he just wasn't. He didn't have the right position because, well, the wind just flew the ball, blew, like, the way the wind blows, it just made the ball be at a distance that he didn't really that he wasn't prepared for. Sorry, I'm a little hungover, frankly. Sometimes speaking is not easy for me. Anyway, breakpoint number 2 for Tsitsipas. Another +1 shot missed by Jarry. He is very hit or miss, and we'll see if that's possible to. Yeah, that's just possible to keep up in these sort of windy conditions. The serve is still firing though, as it saves him the second breakpoint. We've got already the fourth deuce in that game. I remember I was supposed to check whether this was. I know. Okay, now I know that it was the second breakpoint. So there wasn't anything earlier. Khachanov also broke in the first game of the second set. So maybe we'll return to that later if there's like a closer. If it's like close to the end of the set or the end of the match, maybe I'll turn on that match again. Anyway, Jarry is now at a game point for 2-all. He just set off the point for himself with the serve and blasted that +1 forehand winner again. And we'll see if he can close out here. Of course, to Tsitsipas's backhand, but Steph actually dealt with it pretty well. There's a neutral rally that Jarry is definitely dominating. Playing very deep, very powerful, but shots. But this backhand misses though, and another deuce. Yeah, I guess on clay, Tsitsipas should be able to handle that serve somehow. But I would like to see that sort of match on, I don't know, like, yeah, the Australian Open or something like that, one of the faster hard courts. I think Jarry then would be maybe even like not the favorite, but he would have an excellent chance for the upset. Here, we'll see. He needs to play like this sort of peaking tennis that he was in Rio and Santiago, and of course, over the course of his career, he hasn't really always done that. Like, for half a year. I don't know if it's even possible with the sort of game profile that he has to like constantly produce insane efforts. If it's simply a bad day has to come at some point. So far, other than the Vavasori match in Marrakesh, I guess he hasn't really had a bad one since Rio. I think he also had a big win in Melbourne over Kecmanovic, so it hasn't only really been that, but clearly Rio Santiago was just another level from him. Easily could have beaten Alcaraz in the semis in Rio, and of course won that very emotional title in Santiago, a tournament run by like someone from his family, and at home. Certainly seemed like he was also struggling with that sometimes, but with the added pressure on him. But there were also some matches there when he narrowly escaped, like Schwartzman and etc. Can't remember who else was there in one of the tougher matches for him. I mean, Echeverry in the final as well. You could argue he also kind of escaped, and you could see that the crowd in these instances was really helping him, and just got him over the line in a couple of these to get him the second ATP Tour title. But you could argue for sure that this was more important for him. Fourth game, and we have an interesting stat with Tsitsipas playing 11 points on serve so far, and Jarry already at 25. But he has another game point. Of course, this is all due to this one very long game. And yeah, it's an ace down the tee. Tsitsipas clearly trying to cover his backhand, but was surprised with the placement of Jarry's serve this time. 11 minutes and 11 seconds in that game. So exactly the same number of minutes and seconds as Tsitsipas has played points on serve so far, as we learned a second ago, but it's to all anyway. So we'll see. Definitely a matchup that Tsitsipas won't be like super comfortable playing, right? I mean, even if he wins, he probably will, but we'll see. He's not gonna like it. It's not a match that gives you a lot of rhythm. So I guess maybe also with his injury, it's not great for him. Like with, I don't know if it's still a factor, but with the fact that he was injured and like probably needs a bit of time on the court and etc. It's pretty weird for him that he played just 5 games against Bonzi and now gets to play someone who is just gonna blast the ball at him and sort of ask, what are you gonna do? But Tsitsipas will need to win this round, and then he might start worrying about his rhythm and etc. Definitely, what's more important is just to win today. Oh. I'm gonna check in a second if we already have any round 3 matchups set, but I don't. Quarterfinal matchups for tomorrow set. I don't think so though, because it should be Sinner Djokovic if Djokovic wins, right? And who is Jan-Lennart Struff going to play in his second ATP quarterfinal? Let me look at that. Struff is going to play Rublev or Khachanov. Okay, so we might have a match set there pretty soon. Rublev actually broke back, so maybe even in straights. We shall see. Struff Rublev, that would be a pretty decent chance for the German, right? I mean, or Struff Khachanov, same. Like if he's able to keep up this level, that's very, very doable, I would say. He was just emphatic in these matches against the Minor and who did he play in the opening round? Ramos Vinolas and and Ruud today until 5-2 in the second. Struff and Rublev are actually have played 6 times, it seems, not counting the team exhibition because they also played in that one. And on clay, it's 2-1 Rublev, but Struff won the most important one in at the French last year. Sorry, 2 years ago in the opening round. Of course, last year Rublev made the quarters, lost to Cilic. So certainly it feels like Struff would have a pretty decent chance against Rublev, and probably even better against Khachanov, I suppose. I'm not sure what their head-to-head is. Let me also look at that. 2-4. It actually dates back to 2013, so 10 years already. On clay, it's Khachanov to Love, both in Hamburg, 2020 and 2022. But Struff, frankly, had... I remember that much from last year. And just from the scoreline in 2020, it was also super close. So Definitely wouldn't count out Struff tomorrow if he's just able to maintain this insane disposition. Tsitsipas held quite comfortably. So far, I think there hasn't really been any action on his serve, which is good for him, of course. Jarry, even with his more serve-based, more serve-oriented game, he can be a very dangerous returner. Just if when he really is going for it, and it's Nicolás Jarry, he's always going for it basically. So certainly you don't you are going to be afraid of Jarry's returning just because of how much he blasts the ball, and sometimes when he links a few points together, it actually can be an asset of his. I remember some matches definitely much weaker servers than Tsitsipas, but let's say when he crushed Juan Manuel Cerundolo a couple of times. Of course, Cerundolo has a pretty terrible serve, but you know what I mean. When he gets the chance to unleash on a return, he can do it pretty well, for sure. Yeah, and there's another game starting up. Of course, Jarry is gonna serve, try to keep it even at 3-all. Backhand semi-shank from Tsitsipas. I wouldn't say it was a total shank, but definitely one of these where just didn't have enough time. Wasn't in a good enough position to hit it. Big pegs coming at his backhand is, of course, an issue that he has struggled with in his career. Also because of the fact that he doesn't really have the slice that some other one-handed players have had in the past. I mean, not looking too far, let's say, the likes of Federer and etc. I don't know, Dimitrov, where they don't really struggle with pace as much just because they slice so well. Maybe on clay it's not as effective anyway, but they haven't really had that issues with backhands with their one-handed backhands, even though you would still call them liabilities, right? Compared to the other parts of their games, but they haven't really had the problems with them that Tsitsipas has. Which still, Tsitsipas, of course, is the third highest ranked player in the world and made 2 Grand Slam finals. So clearly, anytime we're talking about him, his backhand being subpar, it also just means that all the other parts of his game are wonderful. 30-15, there was a pretty long rally where Tsitsipas was able to finally get the error from Jarry just by moving him side to side. But usually after Jarry's serve, he's not going to be able to do that so easily, of course. Second serve to Tsitsipas's backhand, but he handles it pretty well. The Jarry second serve is quite huge too, so and good stuff again from Tsitsipas. He survives the initial onslaughts. He survives the few huge shots from Jarry early on, and then eventually, just gets some very good placement and gets Jarry on the run, which ends with the Chilean just surrendering another error. So we're at 30-all, and maybe for the second game in a row, for the second game of Jarry in a row, we're gonna see some real issues for the Chilean. Tsitsipas can't quite connect with that forehand return though, so it's gonna be a 40-30. He was looking at the surface there, but I'm not sure. Did not seem like a bad bounce from the stream, but of course, that's not. Live it definitely can it can be very misleading, just the TV feed in terms of how the ball bounced or something like that, or even whether it was close to the line or not, because maybe that was the reason why Tsitsipas was trying to maybe he was just looking if it was in, but it seemed very much in. Anyway, a double fault from Jarry gets us to deuce. Second double fault of the match. As I said, he is sometimes going for a lot on his second serve, but not even here really. He was just putting it in down the tee, but it was not enough. This one was, I think, a let, so we're probably going to see another serve from Jarry. Another first serve from Jarry, sorry. Yeah, it was a first serve, but it's long, so now it's second serve on deuce after he had just double vaulted. We'll see how he handles that. Yeah, once again, when Tsitsipas just gets the rally back to neutral, it's just rough for Jarry, and yeah, there's another breakpoint. Once you survive the first big blow, he just hasn't really been able to keep it up to just find another opportunity for himself, and this time he just commits a pretty simple backhand error to give Tsitsipas his third breakpoint of the match. I think first in that game, for sure. And another second serve. The first has abandoned Nicolás Jarry here. This time he puts it in though. He is attacking the Tsitsipas backhand, and it does. Oh wow, yeah, very sound point from Jarry up until the very end, I would say, because he approached the Tsitsipas backhand. Steph just didn't even like it. It was a lob, but it was pretty weak, and he just Jarry just did not hit the smash properly. I mean, he just sent it out long, pretty wide as well, and Tsitsipas is 4-2 up. Definitely not looking like other than the points where Jarry just sets up for himself with the serve plus the first the +1 shot. Other than that, he hasn't really been looking too stunning in this one so far. Just not really winning any rallies, and that's I guess isn't really always true with the Chilean. When he was playing so well in Rio, Santiago, it was just much simpler for him to also keep up in the rally, keep up with guys like Alcaraz in the rallies. But maybe it's the wind also, and the much slower Monte Carlo conditions also than the ones in South America, where of course the clay courts play pretty different and much faster in general than, especially in Santiago, which was on a bit of altitude, but in general they play a lot faster than the European clay. So Tsitsipas is 4-2 up. Still no troubles on serve, although he just missed the forehand to lose a point in that game, but he's still 30-15 up. We've just also seen a stat of their first serve points won, which Tsitsipas is at like 12 out of 14 or something. I guess 13 out of 15 now. I wonder how how big the wind is in Monte Carlo. I'm gonna check the weather, I suppose, because it seems like it's very windy, but no, when I check it on Google, it's like 21 kilometers an hour. So I guess that's not huge, but it does seem very windy on the broadcast. On the broadcast, yeah. Yeah, the wind is just like going from my I can feel it blowing from my computer. Of course not, but just by the clothes and etc. And also somehow sometimes even how the ball reacted. Still nothing that Jarry can do on Tsitsipas's serve so far, so he's 2-5 down. Not looking too great for him so far. Definitely not. I think we are hoping for like a tighter match, but of course it's just one break. It's just the first set. If he can only keep holding, then of course he's gonna be in this match. But out of 3 games right now, 2 of them have been very tough for him on his serve. I mean, of course. Yeah, 5-2, so we can get a chance to see what the scoreline is, at least in Struff, Khachanov, Rublev. Let me look at that. 4-1 Rublev, actually. So after losing that, getting broken in the opening game of the opening set, of the second set, Rublev has won 4 in a row. Also looks like there hasn't been much adversity in these games. Two breaks to 15, hold to love, hold to 30. So yeah, the last few minutes, Rublev has been winning. At least I don't know. I haven't been watching that one, so I don't know if he's been dominating Khachanov, but at least in terms of the points scored, he has for sure. Just two games away, 2 holes away from setting a quarterfinal match with Struff, which, yeah, as I said, I think it's a great opportunity for both, right? You still wanna play a guy like Struff in a Masters 1000 quarterfinal compared to Djokovic, Tsitsipas, Ruth even, let's say, on clay at least. But it's not easy. I mean, if the German can maintain that form, very very live in against either of Rublev Khachanov, looks like it will be Khachanov actually by what's going on right now. Well, sorry, Rublev, not Khachanov. As I said, sorry, I'm a little slow today. I'm a little slow, like Jarry has been so far in the neutral rallies. Peaches, hello. Hello to you as well. Good morning. TT Fum. Yeah, absolutely. Karen, early break. Jarry won't beat ST, says Brian. So far, Brian looks like the smart one. Definitely in this Jarry Tsitsipas match. We are having a laugh yesterday about all the weaknesses of the top players. Novak smash, Berrettini's backhand, Rublev's calmness. Yeah, which one of these is the worst? I guess you kind of can have a discussion like that. I remember there was a nice poll in on Twitter, like I think it was Vansh who did it, about the forehands of Zverev, Medvedev, and Hurkacz. Like, which one of these would you like to have? Which of course comes from the fact that for all of them it's a liability, and clearly no one was voting for Hurkacz. I think he's a clear distant third. Medvedev, he defends it so well that I think maybe I would choose his. But in terms of like what's best technically, definitely Zverev's, right? He just has an issue with maybe trusting it sometimes, but technically I think it's definitely the least flawed out of these three. Still, Medvedev makes it work, and yeah, actually makes it an amazing shot, which maybe even speaks even more about his talent, that with this sort of technique, with this sort of weird strokes, he's able to be as good as he is. And if he won that match against Rafa at the Australian Open, he would already be a two-time Grand Slam champ. And yeah, fairly possible that he is going to get more as well. Yeah, neutral rallies have not been kind to Jarry today. Just cannot really blast through these conditions, cannot really blast through Tsitsipas. Tries to go for too much on the down the line backhand, and it's 3 set points for Stefanos, which, yeah, so far is just a very solid performance from the Greek, and Jarry is not able to match it at all. Constant issues on his serve by now. There was only that one simple hold in the second game. But right now, for the third game on his serve in a row, he is in big trouble and likely to drop that set in a second. Some good scrambling from Tsitsipas there. We'll see if Jarry is able to win this rally. He is just moving Stefanos around the court. Eventually gets the forehand error, but yeah, there was some very very good scrambling from Tsitsipas there, just getting to the backhand and slicing it with some very good athleticism. He still has 2 set points though. Good opportunity to close up Jarry without close up Jarry in the set without giving him the chance to without even giving him the opportunity to try to find the break back. But there's only going to be one more break point, at least for now, because the serve from Jarry was too good for Steph to control it with the chip backhand. So yeah, set point number 3, 41 minutes already in this one. Definitely sped up a lot after that 11 minute game from Jarry, also scoreline wise, right? 11 minute hold from Jarry, because, well, 2-5 deuce, because there's another huge serve from from the Chilean. Given how Tsitsipas has been holding so far, I mean, how comfortably, you kind of have to think that he probably closes this out anyway in the next game. But of course, it would be very beneficial for him to break here. He would also start the second set, which, as we know, is very often an advantage. If Jarry holds and he has a great a game point to do that, if Jarry holds and then Tsitsipas holds, then it's actually going to be Jarry who starts the second set. So probably also very more important against players who are so serve oriented, right? I suppose the set can really just run away from you pretty quickly if you're not careful then. But it's only psychological, of course. It's the one break, but I think the psychological advantage is definitely there, though. If you, I think most people feel it for sure. I'm gonna see what else is in the comments now. Jari just held and is gonna serve for the set. I would like to see 3 sets, Rube versus Karen, like them both, but rooting for Karen, says Peaches. Sorry, but it doesn't look like your it doesn't look like your wish will be granted. Rublev is 2 points away from winning the match, 5-2 in Khachanov's service game. Now 15-30, it was even love 30. But he is, of course, 1 game away from setting up that quarterfinal meeting with Struff that we've been talking about. I have 4 family members en route to Bonn, says John, and that it looks like the sleepaway camp in Bonn that we had. Yeah, it was pretty fun. John has, his flat was great, big enough to accommodate us for sure. We had everything there. If anyone is worried about how it looked, but indeed, that was some fun times back in January. Although it honestly feels like ages ago. Time flies by so quickly. And another serve from Tsitsipas gets him 40 love up. Just nothing that Jarry has been able to do on return so far. And as we said in the previous game, it just never seemed like even if Jarry holds, that Tsitsipas is going to have some trouble. Set point number 4, I guess, and there could also be set point number 5 and 6 if Tsitsipas is not able to capitalize instantly, but we'll see. He will have to do it on his second serve. 44 minutes already in this one. This time Jarry actually gets some traction in the neutral rally, and Tsitsipas commits what I would classify as a forced error of the forehand side, just not handling the pace. But still, two more set points. This one is gonna be number 5. Definitely no danger yet. Danger is gonna start at deuce, I suppose. Second serve again. Very good second serve, and it gets him to a very advantageous position, but it's not taken advantage of. Tsitsipas, again, looking at the court, I think this one perhaps could have been a bad bounce, but anyway, he just sent that +1 forehand miles out. I think he was also a little surprised, maybe isn't the right word, but probably what made it pretty uncomfortable for him was like the return from Jarry, which barely got over the net. He had to run to it pretty quickly, and still there's the 6th set point now. But Jarry gets back first serve return, and suddenly we are at deuce. 6 set points already wasted by the Greek. And this was a pretty nice backhand to backhand rally, short one, but this is a pattern that certainly suits Jarry in this one. And Tsitsipas, this one was a shank. Earlier, I was talking about the backhand where I said it was like a semi shank. This one just didn't even get close to the net, frankly. Second serve again. The last 4 points on Tsitsipas' serve, he landed 1 first, and it's also one of the reasons why we're at deuce now. And he needs to play for it. Jarry makes I would say a forced error, though, and 5-3. Tsitsipas, another set point. Number 7 already. Will he clinch it this time? Again, the second serve. Again, it's gonna have to be a second serve. So the first has definitely deserted him in the last few points. Maybe he can still do it. Another very good second serve. His placement has been very, very accurate. But it is a rally though. But a very similar error from Jarry, like the one we saw in the previous point. Just not getting to that forehand well enough. I mean, not getting to it quick enough and sending it long. Yeah, so Tsitsipas is 6-3 up. Let's see if Rublev has just actually won, so he's gonna play Jan-Lennard Struff in the quarterfinals. As I said earlier, very excited for this one. Frankly, I do think that Struff might have a very nice chance to beat Rublev. Of course, the Russian is gonna be he's gonna be the favorite, but Struff's form in this event has been pretty insane, and if he can keep it up, the door is open. Let's say that. The door is definitely open for him. As John said earlier, Rune is also through to the third round, as Berrettini has withdrawn. Can't catch a break this year, for sure. Even when he has been like more or less healthy, we haven't really seen him in top shape probably since the United Cup, I would say. Did very well there, going like 3-2, but Italy actually had some very tough matches at their number one spots. And of course, there was also that Murray Berrettini backhand miss on match point at the Australian Open. And yeah, since it's been a rough one for Berrettini, losing in the second round both in Miami and Indian Wells, the retirement in Acapulco, quarterfinal loss to Shevchenko in Phoenix, which was also a bit unexpected for sure. And even though he actually played some very decent tennis, I thought, in the first two rounds, apparently he needs to withdraw again. What's the reason for it? Actually, I'm not even sure, but I'm maybe gonna just put it in the Twitter search engine. Due to injury, he has a great tear in his internal oblique muscle. Jesus, all these muscle names generally are often very surprising to me, as someone who knows some English, but not like the words, not maybe not necessarily such specific terms. I've never heard of an oblique muscle, but probably if I'm gonna translate it, it's gonna be clearer for me. Actually, not really, but it seems like it's in his abdomen. Yeah. Or yeah, something related to his abdomen, I think. Oblique muscle. Let me see that. That's the external, and yeah, the internal oblique muscles are located near the abdomen. Both of these muscles support the internal organs and spine muscles, and that's what Matteo has a tear in. So he is going to he has withdrawn. Yesterday he played a pretty long match against Francisco Cerundolo, so I wonder if that was also one of the reasons why this happened. I think I watched like a bit of that, but not until the very end. So I'm not sure if there were maybe any signs at the end or something, but he did eventually beat Cerundolo. But we're not gonna get a Rune Berrettini. And what does this mean for the tournament? Maybe let's look at this. Rune is gonna play Medvedev or Zverev in the quarters. I thought actually before the event that this is probably going to be a great event for Rune, because he just had a very nice draw to get to the quarters. I mean, when he's in the quarters right now, playing Medvedev or Zverev. Sorry. Oh yeah. When he's in the quarters right now, I mean, everything can happen, right? But he definitely had a very nice draw to get to the quarters, and I guess he capitalized on it. But at the same time, he only played one match, right? Was pretty good in that team performance yesterday, though. I frankly expected that. Like, it definitely seemed like another one of these moments where we've had these with Dominic Thiem already this year, where we see that he plays a very decent match, and like I don't want to say we get excited, because this time I actually didn't. I definitely got excited about this comeback a bit in Estoril, also in when he beat Molchan in what was it, Buenos Aires. I maybe wasn't really expecting him to crash Varias in the next round or something, but it definitely seemed like he got something going. and the same in Estoril, and he was also talking about it a lot, right? Just constantly mentioning that, what was it? That in practice his forehand has felt like the forehand of the old days, right? And clearly it wasn't really the case, I would say. Of course, that's how he felt. I'm not saying he was lying, but I just think it's very, very far off. And yeah, the match against Rune kind of shows you that again. And yeah, as I said, this time I wasn't as naive. And after the match against Gasquet, I was just sure that it wasn't going to last, frankly, against Holger. He's just far too good, probably, for this version of team right now. I mean, he just needs to play some very different tennis with his forehand not being that much of a threat, and I think he's still getting kind of used to that. But well, Rune, of course, only played one match, getting to the quarters. Is that good for him? I don't know. He plays very well against team, and certainly has a shot at Medvedev-Zverev. Could be he could even win this whole thing. Like, why not? It's not impossible, especially in the bottom half. I think other than Tsitsipas, we have some players who like can go deep, but we wouldn't really picture them winning the event. So if there is an opportunity against someone in the final, like not Tsitsipas, but even against Tsitsipas, right? He has a very good record against him, beating him at the French, beating him in what was it, Stockholm last year, maybe in the final, right? Yeah, even if it's Tsitsipas in the final, Rune is gonna like his chances, I think. Of course, he would need to get to the final first, which is actually much tougher because you need to beat Medvedev-Zverev and then Sinner or probably Sinner or Djokovic or Musetti. But yeah, there certainly would be like a very good shot for Holger to win the title if he got to the final. But yeah, getting to the final first is another ask, I would say. But it's good that he at least played a great match and made the quarters, because the first few months of the year I think have kind of shown that he is still a bit immature. Immature, of course. I mean, in his like not just raw in his game. But yeah, good that he's getting some traction, and Clay getting to the. I mean, he's won Paris, of course, per se, but getting to the yeah, just playing on the ITF tour in the juniors, even on the Challenger tour. Clay was always his favorite surface. I think he's got it all. I mean, basically, probably not going to be that much of a difference in the future. I think when it comes to where he's going to play best. Like I can easily see even a hard courts being better for him. You could kind of argue that for now they've been because of Paris-Bercy. But yeah, Clay has been growing up. It was the surface where he did best, and for sure. I wanted to check something, but I now forgot what it was. I was wondering about about what he was doing on grass last year, but yeah, 3 losses, 1 set 1 against Peniston. So I guess there he still has some, something to learn. But who doesn't, right? Almost every youngster does, at least right now. Anyway, we also have the Jarry and Tsitsipas match is back on. Of course, there was actually a breakpoint in the opening game for. The opening game of the second set for Tsitsipas, but Jarry saved it with a big serve, and has some maybe we'll have a slight opportunity here because he won the first point in Tsitsipas' service game. Not sure that happened early before in that match, but of course, in general, he just wasn't winning much on the Greek serve until that mini comeback in the last game at 5-3. Tsitsipas actually responds with some of Jarry's medicine, I would say, and also gets an ace. So it's 15 all. Still haven't made up. I still haven't read all the comments, but I think I'm gonna try to do that soon. I mean, read. No, yeah, yeah. I haven't seen if there was anything to respond to, but I will do that in a second. Anyway, Tsitsipas is 30-15 up. Maybe if he's like 40-15, then I'm gonna glance over, let's say. Yeah, another one of these backhand cross-court exchanges that Jarry likes in this matchup, and he tries to, well, despite the fact that he likes him, of course, he should try to go for a down-the-line shot from time to time, and he did just that, but netted it. Let me see. I'm 28 minutes away on the comments. Slow, like Zverev second serve under pressure. Yeah. Matteo withdrew. Yeah, I've talked about that, I guess. Obtuse muscles. Hubi almost had Sinner. Yes, we talked about it for sure. Very close in that second set, it looks like. Yeah, honestly, I can't even say he choked. Of course, the third set wasn't great, but that was like, the momentum just being with Sinner, obviously. But I can't really say he choked. There was a match point, and Sinner played it very well. Just yeah, just pretty excellent stuff from him in terms of limiting the risk, and yeah, just playing very solidly constructed point to eventually draw out the error from Hurkacz. I think with a backhand crosscourt winner, as not winner, sorry, but yeah, just a forcing shot, let's say. And then at 6-all, I think Hurkacz made a backhand error that he wasn't doing anything with. There wasn't any pace on it coming from Sinner or anything. So yeah, just I guess that poor error was something that he could have easily avoided. There was also a brilliant rally in that tiebreak, which also could have been like, yeah, it could have given the match to him basically at like 4-3. But well, the shot was the rally was amazing, and he just didn't land the forehand down the line to end it. But yeah, can't really say he can. Well, he's going to be disappointed, but after the sort of matches that he played against Jarry and Draper, I think coming so close to Sinner is still a bit of a surprise, frankly, on clay especially. Which I don't think going forward is going to be the best surface for Sinner. You could argue that it's already not really, but it definitely like neutralizes more of Hurkacz's assets than Sinner's. So yeah, it's gonna be Sinner probably playing Djokovic if Brian's parlay is gonna is going to work out. One part of it is already, of course, looking quite good. Struff is clearly the Cinderella, right? Ghosty says, yeah, fantastic run, absolutely for the guy. And I was talking about it earlier how last year, it was so tough for him with the foot surgery, being out of the game for a moment. I think he was like 2-13 by the time Wimbledon, by the time he played Alcaraz at Wimbledon or something like that. Then, of course, won the challenger in Braunschweig, which he totally dominated and didn't really, take that form anywhere else, which was somewhat surprising because after the match against Alcaraz, which was fantastic at Wimbledon, and also that title in Braunschweig, such a tough set of players, for a challenger. I mean, who was it? Like Delboni, Smarter, Laxonen, and two more guys, can't remember right now. But yeah, he didn't really push. He didn't really push on from that moment. But yeah, now just a fantastic season all around. Frankly, 27-9. Amazing in the qualifying for so many events, which is a big part of why his season has been so good. He had to qualify for the Australian Open, he had to qualify for Indian Wells, he had to qualify for Miami, he even had to qualify for the freaking Phoenix Challenger, and he's done it all. And yeah, he just got these main draw opportunities, and in every single tournament but the Australian Open, out of these five, he won at least a match. Made the second, of course, at both Sunshine Double events. Yeah, I mean, if you were to tell me that this is some of the best form of his career, I would say, yeah, very possibly. I mean, second ATP Tour quarterfinal, right? One of the best wins of his career against Ruud, possibly as well, right? I mean, it's Ruud, I know, but still, it's Ruud on clay who just won Estoril, and I wonder like what's like the biggest win that Struff frankly has had in his career. I can't really remember any huge ones right now. Yeah, Medvedev in Halle 2021 was his last top 10 win. So his first top 10 win, this was since Halle 2021. Zverev number 3, Wawrinka number 3. Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that this was one of the best matches of his, well, the best wins of his career at least. Of course, almost choked it in the second set from 5-2 up, but Certainly a guy that Ruud clearly struggles against with how their head-to-head looks. And yeah, love the chance against Rublev tomorrow for him, frankly. He's definitely not dead in that one. And um, is he going to be the favorite? Of course not, but that's not really an issue for him this week, hasn't isn't it? And yeah, if he just can play as he did against Ramos Vignolas, as he did against who did he play in the second round? Oh Jesus, he crashed someone. Jesus, I keep forgetting stuff today. Anyway, Demeanor, of course, and also in the qualifying, Varias Rusuvori. That's if you can play this sort of tennis, the door is open. Definitely. Unforced errors for Jarry are way high, says Ghosty. Absolutely, yeah. From the baseline, it's been tough for him. But I do wonder if it's just the wind, the very slow conditions as well. Probably some of that is also because of that. Who's up? Another moving metric with the scoreline. I'm almost at the end of the comments. Oh yeah, talk about Sinner's surface hierarchy. Um, Hard grass clay. I mean, clay is a little weird, right, for him because, well, I mean, sorry, clay grass. Last year, before Wimbledon, he never won an ATP Tour main draw match on grass. He won something at the Challenger. I cannot remember against whom right now, but I think it was like Ilkley or something like this. But anyway, yeah, he just had awful records on grass. No, it wasn't the Challenger. Sorry, it was a qualifying event in Hertogenbosch. So the qualifying for the ATP Tour event in Hertogenbosch, he beat Lukasz Lacko. Pretty good win on grass actually in 2019, I would say. And Tomas Fabiano, also a good grass court player. He beat Tsitsipas at Wimbledon one year. And yeah, up until Wimbledon, he looked very uncomfortable in grass. Eastbourne last year, the loss to Tommy Paul was the first, and I think one of only three tournaments last year where he didn't win two matches at least. He had this insane consistency, then plays just one match on grass in Eastbourne, loses to Tommy Paul. Not a bad loss, but still. And then does Wimbledon. So, frankly, I think we are kind of uncertain what's going to happen with Sinner on grass. But I would say grass is probably fared still, just because it's just been one event. And but yeah, he has shown that out of the youngsters, he has improved on grass a lot. When it's tough to say because I mean, yeah, you wouldn't really say it before Wimbledon, right? Before Wimbledon, everyone thought that he was probably going to be one of the candidates to go out early, and yet he didn't. He beat Wawrinka, he beat Ümer, he beat Isner, and he beat Alcaraz. I remember before that match against Isner, I thought John was probably gonna have a great chance, even though Isner on grass isn't as quite as good as you would think with the low bounce. And of course, against Alcaraz, that was huge, especially after Carlos had just crashed Oscarotte and like did this in an absolutely amazing manner. And of course, two sets against Djokovic, but that was mostly on Djokovic, right? So, yeah, I would still say that it's probably like hard clay grass with you gotta just have a nod to indoor courts, right? When talking about which surface suits Sinner, that's where he's had so many big results. So, I think this is one of the guys who would potentially really enjoy like an indoor slam or something along these lines, and it would benefit him greatly to have a bigger event indoors. It's never really going to happen, of course, but it's hard to find a venue like that, and of course we should probably like keep up with the tradition and etc. But I think I would say indoors, then probably outdoor hard. And oh, yeah, sorry, just watching another match. Anyway, yeah, Jarry just had a break point. First time in this match that he is making like big inroads on that Tsitsipas serve. I'm not counting that 5-3 game because, well, yeah, it was just Tsitsipas struggling to close it out. But here he actually made one, but misses the shot to let the Greeks survive for now. And there's another ace from Tsitsipas. I think he's out-aced Jarry pretty confidently so far. So he will have a chance to get it even again. Yeah, did I finish that thought about Sinner? I think I more or less did. But clearly he's good in any conditions, frankly. I think going forward, probably Clay is not going to be like his best, but I still expected him to beat Hurkacz quite easily, frankly. So yeah, surprised in that sense. What else is in the comments? Maybe I'm finally gonna get to the end of them. Struff is 32, very much a late bloomer. I mean, he's been at that sort of top 30, no, top 30 maybe not. I think he was like 30. 30 is like his career high, but at that top 50 level, he was really there for a long, long while, right? I actually have his records here still. So yeah, he finished 2014 in the top 100, 2013 and 2015 barely outside, and then for 6 straight years he was inside the top 65 at the end. So I think he's just playing like he was in his prime this year. I would say. Of course, one of the guys who always felt like one of the best players without an ATP title to his name. Can he add it? Maybe not in Monte Carlo, but it would be a fantastic story if he did. Another breakpoint for Jarry, but Tsitsipas cleans it up pretty easily with the +1 forehand winner. So nothing, no damage yet. I've been more like talking about some other stuff, right? Rather than watching that game, but that's fine. Uh, Rublev on Struff. Last time he beat me. From him, you can't expect anything. He can shoot full power. You just don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, that's a very fair assessment. He is definitely like that sort of more unpredictable power than Rublev, for example. Which is kind of you kind of know where it's gonna come from with Rublev, right? Especially from the forehand side, of course. And with Struff, it can really be just very unexpectedly. He's gonna rush the net like he did today. Should have a nice chance against Rublev, but again, that's really provided he maintains this position. And while I'm saying that the whole year so far has been amazing for him, it doesn't really mean that he was playing like that in every single match, right? Of course not. If he was, he would have made the quarters in Indian Wells and Miami, not the second round. Anyway, Tsitsipas has just held. First time he was in any trouble, but a couple of pretty easy points for him when he really needed them. I would say. I mean, yeah. Sometimes at the at the slams or like any event with a roof, you can sort of get the indoor conditions. Yeah, sure. If that ever happens in a Sinner match, he's probably gonna benefit from that rather than his opponent, I would say. But he already played such great matches at the U.S. Open, of course, and Australia. Maybe not as much, but lost in 5 to Tsitsipas this year. So he can clearly do it all. But it is a bit of a hot topic, I would say. The surface. I think you called it surface hierarchy of Sinner for sure. As many people as opinions probably. Struff would have a better serve than who than Ruud. I mean, Struff definitely has a huge serve. He has this. Yeah, I remember watching him live in like 2019. I think I also watched him live last year, but especially in 2019, when he was like at the top of his game, I would say it was actually just doubles in the Halle, but the serve was just absurdly huge on the grass there. Um, are you not seeing in the stats? I mean, three aces, but he was winning plenty of points behind his first serve, and I think that also sort of dropped for him in the second set because in the first one he just never had any trouble on serve, and basically never had any trouble on serve until 6-1-5-2, where he almost choked it, right? But the two breaks that he surrendered, the two break advantage to eventually win it in the tiebreak, that definitely brings down his stats from on serve from that match a bit. And we already have Fritz and Lehecka starting up as well. That's a very exciting one. I would say that probably the Czech is the favorite there. I don't think the bookies will agree with it when I check it. Yeah, they don't. I would kind of disagree with this because, well, I know Lehecka. It's been like a bit of a thing and on Twitter, I think, to say that Lehecka hasn't been the same since that Murray loss. I'm not really sure. I'm not buying it. I mean, he's lost to Zverev, Rublev, Kokinakis, Khachanov. I think he's playing almost as well as he was in Australia. He's never been like the most consistent player in the world in terms of his results, but this year he has, and it's kind of worth remembering. I think that even at the beginning of the season in Auckland, he had some very poor matches. Like the one where he lost a set to Bagnis or Choinski in the qualifying. So. Nah, I just think he has been pretty much as good as at the beginning of the year. Maybe not quite as ecstatic as he was in Melbourne, but he can play like that. I think. I don't think it's something that isn't currently an option for him, an available option, let's say. And yeah, 15 in the ATP race, is that too high? Perhaps slightly, because he's just behind Rune, for example, or Hurkacz. Like, he's probably not at that sort of level yet. But he has been like a top 20 player this year. And given Fritz's pretty poor clay record, I think Lehecka might have a very good shot. And a couple of good wins already this event as well. Tsitsipas has a break point to go up a set and break, and he takes it after Jarry just hits the forehand long. Yeah, the Chilean hasn't really just been able to clinch any longer rallies. Once Tsitsipas is back to neutral, he cannot really overwhelm him. I don't know if it's like the slower conditions, and also wind maybe isn't as impactful, it seems, as it was before, just from the the TV feed. But again, how can we really know? I'm sitting in Poland, not in Monte Carlo. But Lehecka, anyway, I was talking about him. He beat Dimitrov Andrusov already, of course, and that's I think that's a couple of very solid wins, and would not be shocked at all to see him beat Fritz today. Fritz saved like 5 set points against Wawrinka yesterday in the opener, and I think potentially like very easily could have lost that match if Stan takes the opening set. It kind of took took too much out of him, out of the 38-year-old to that opening set, and then he wasn't really there. But yeah, I think it was 5 set points if I remember correctly. Ghosty says he wishes he had gotten up for Hurkacz Sinner. Absolutely, was pretty worth it. Although I was only watching it on my phone and at the university. I got here for the last game, so we haven't really had the chance to watch it on stream. Definitely not. Anyway, yeah, as you said, Fritz Lehecka. Tsitsipas is up a set and a break, so I think I'm just gonna follow this match all the way to the end, and then probably switch over to Fritz Lehecka, because, as I said, this is also one that really interests me. I'm probably gonna have to leave at like 5:30-ish, so like in 2 hours. So Medvedev-Zverev is probably going to be just Mario. I should be able to see these 2 matches to an end, and perhaps some of Djokovic-Musetti as well, or maybe the whole Djokovic-Musetti. Would it surprise us if Djokovic won that in an hour? Not really. Would it surprise us would it surprise us if Musetti keeps it close? Not really either, but definitely it would be more of a shock than Djokovic winning it close, winning it easily. Of course, Musetti had that double bagel against Nardi yesterday, 52 minutes. Honestly, did not watch the match, but yeah, terrible loss for the youngster. I did not expect that sort of dominance. Pretty sad, frankly, because, well, Nardi this year has not really continued the impressive displays that he had all the way through 2022. I mean, especially the match. It's a loss, but the match he lost to Tsitsipas in Astana was absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, I'm surely a little disappointed with how the season has been going on, with how the season has been going for Luca Nardi. Hopefully, it's just like a small stumble. Your university pays for tennis TV? No, not really. In some classrooms, actually, the Wi-Fi is terrible too. Sorry, not even the Wi-Fi, because the Wi-Fi is very tough to get. Like, you need to go through some stupid protocols, so I never got it. But there's just no signal basically, and yeah, it's sometimes tough to watch streams. my university isn't very tennis friendly, clearly. But I did manage to get it. Once you manage to turn on the stream, it usually works, but sometimes it can be tough to. In some classrooms only. So yeah, I wish they accommodated me more in my tennis watching, but I don't think they do. Anyway, we've got Tsitsipas serving, and another very, very clean game. Actually, he's just won it. Probably lasted like a minute and 15 seconds. So nothing really there for Jarry to look for. Nothing really to that he could cling to. Now Jarry actually puts a lot of pressure on Tsitsipas, but eventually misses that backhand. Hardly any good combinations he's had today. Like, of course, he's had a number of +1 winners. He's had a number of good serves, but like you don't really see him. I don't know. Yeah, something like this, playing a huge shot at the Tsitsipas backhand, and then capitalizing on the weak response. Like, we haven't really seen that from Jarry, and yeah, that's the reason why he's 3-6, 2-4 down, I would say. And yeah, very professional performance from Tsitsipas as well, other than that little stumble at the end of the last set. I think I'm gonna have to go to pour myself some water in a second, but maybe I'll do that after this game in Jarry against Tsitsipas. Gonna be a second serve from the Chilean at 15-all, as he is hoping to prolong his existence in the Monte Carlo draw. This was a better combination though, inside out forehand than inside in, and Tsitsipas can't quite get to it. That's probably long from Tsitsipas, so there's going to be a couple of chances for Jarry to keep himself in this game. I sorry if I'm talking a bit less now, but I just have to do something very quickly. But I'll try to be as as brief as possible. Let's say that. Just watched. I mean, it's not really Monte Carlo, but who cares? I can tell you about this as well. I just watched. On my like second screen, I was watching also. I'm watching. You know, I don't really haven't really been able to watch it, but I had a match on the second screen from the Split challenger, Split, yes, in Split, and Djokovic went for an underarm serve at 5-4 in the tiebreaker, lost the point and lost the set, of course. Wild idea, definitely. he is a little crazy like that. Anyway, Jarry held, so still 2 holds away, Tsitsipas, and with how he's been going so far, kind of have to think he is he has a prime chance to make it, let's say. Lehecka has also broken Fritz, so this is the match that I'm going to turn over to once Jarry and Tsitsipas are done playing. So far, my prediction of Lehecka being the favorite is definitely looking good. I'll get to the like Lehecka comment in a second. Yeah, just need to do something very quickly. Yeah. Yeah, they're still on the changeover actually. Sorry, just one more second. Okay. This and that. Okay. Sorry. I can get back to the match now. Yes, Tsitsipas has just won his first the first point in the 4-3 game, so perhaps not yet cruising to another straight hold. In a second, I'm also going to talk about Lehecka because I saw a comment, a question from Ghosty about this. All right. Yeah, when it comes to Lehecka, no, it's kind of tough. I did use him as a bit of an example in well, last year I tried to like tell someone that it's very hard to let's say separate the top. It's very easy to say who's gonna get like into the top 50 usually when you have some very promising youngsters. That's usually quite clear, I would say, but it's often unless it's like Carlos Alcaraz or Holger Rune or something. Uh, Unless it's something like this, it's kind of hard for me to separate. Rune wasn't even that obvious, but separate like the guys who can, I don't know, have top five talent, top 10 Grand Slam winning potential, let's say, from the guys who are just going to be solid tour players, let's say. And I even used Lehecka as a bit of an example where I said that it's hard to separate the Leheckas from the Runes, as in Runes, the guys who have Grand Slam winning potential, Leheckas, the ones that don't. I don't know if Grand Slam winning, but this sentence is kind of looking stupid right now, honestly, in hindsight, because, well, can Iji Lehecka get to the top 10? I mean, this year, with the way he's been playing this year, with the way he's improved his shot selection, with the way he's also now very good at the net, which was always something he, I think, very much needed with the sort of aggressive tennis he wants to play, but perhaps maybe not overwhelming power, but like good timing and the amount of, just the amount of easier points it could get him to close down the net. With how much that has improved as well mentally, I think he's much better by now. He kind of is looking like a future top 10 player, right? So yeah, I at this point I guess I would be kind of disappointed if over the course of his career he's not like a top 10 player or something. I think his career has also been like led in a very smart way by Michal Navratil, the former coach of like Verdict and etc. And yeah, just seems like the team behind him is also very much helpful to him, which should be, that's how it should be. But sometimes in tennis it maybe doesn't have to be if you like yeah just surround yourself with some weird choices in terms of like the people around you. With Lehecka, it's certainly not a problem. I think he's been his career has just been led very in a very smart way. And yeah, he looks like a future top 10 player now, I would say. So perhaps my idea of being hard to separate the Leheckas from the Runes was actually very wrong. And it makes sense that he's made progress because last year it was pretty clear that like it's not his game that's really any issue. It's more stuff that you can sort of even out with experience, like just being more stable, shot selection again. And he's improved that all. Yeah, very excited to see what he's gonna do from here. As I said, I think he's been a top 20 player this year. Top 10, maybe not yet. I wouldn't really say that besides the Australian Open, but yeah, it was quite eye-opening as well to watch him play against Felix, for example, in Melbourne, and just make him look, make him look pedestrian, make him look ordinary, which especially after the end of last year for Felix was so great, and you wouldn't really expect it. You were hoping for like Australia seemed to do, just blossom extremely, and it didn't really happen. And the fact that Lehecka just outplayed him so clearly was very eye-opening, I think. Yeah, just in the sense that you could see who has a huge weakness in his game, the backhand, for Australia's team, and who actually doesn't, who's just a very complete package, perhaps not quite as explosive, perhaps never will be, but certainly more complete, I would say, than Felix is. Of course, the serve is also something that really different, like makes a big difference between the two. Lehecka's serve is definitely something he could still work on, even though it has improved this year as well. Yeah, I'm excited to check how he's gonna look in that Fritz match. As I said, I think on clay, he has a very, very serious chance to win this. But well, let's see what the scoreline is actually. Yeah, he's still up a break. Okay. But Jarry has just held, and Tsitsipas is gonna finish this match if he holds next. So as I said, I'm gonna stay in the Jarry Tsitsipas match for now. Maybe it's gonna be over in a game. Pretty tame, I would say, performance from Jarry. Perhaps kind of showing that maybe we cannot expect that sort of consistency from him. But it's also just one match, of course, and making the third round at Monte Carlo, that's still a huge result for him. I wonder if he ever had something like that at the Masters 1000 event, because honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like maybe not his first, but like one of his firsts. Actually, let me quickly check that. Okay, yeah, actually it's just his second time in a Masters 1000 third round. He has played some very he has played at this level very infrequently, which kind of surprises me, because even in 2018, when he was a top 50 player at year end, he just played Miami, Rome, and Shanghai. And then in 2019 he played Indian Wells, Miami, and also Miami 2016, and that's really it. Other than that, he also failed in the qualifying for a few of these. It's actually his first ATP 1000 appearance since 2019 Miami, main draw at least, because he also played Shanghai qualifying and Madrid Rome qualifying that year. Of course, that's also related to his doping ban, but yeah, still, I didn't expect it. I thought he was like more of a presence on the ATP tour. He was in 250s, definitely, on like 500s even, but yeah, I didn't know he played at this level so infrequently. So yeah, it's actually the best ever run, along with Shanghai, that he's had at this level. So um still a good week for him, just not quite as competitive today as I perhaps thought he would be, and I think many people thought that he, if not has a chance at beating Tsitsipas, then will trouble him. Simply has the sort of game profile that Tsitsipas doesn't enjoy himself against. But of course, on clay, that's a little neutralized. And in that aforementioned Shanghai run, he apparently beat Misha Zverev, Marin Cilic, and lost to Kyle Edmund. That's a pretty strong one. Um, Misha Zverev, maybe in 2016, maybe he was 18 wasn't already that much wasn't that much of a threat anymore. But Marin Cilic, great win. I did not do not remember that much whatsoever. One of his four top 10 wins, actually, along with Team Zverev and Tsitsipas, but Tsitsipas on grass. So yeah, so you could kind of expect that Jarry was probably going to be the favorite. Well, the favorite, maybe not the favorite, but Tsitsipas on grass has a lot of the backhand issues that he kind of avoids on clay, kinda, at least. And another good point from Tsitsipas gives him 2 match points. I think I've fallen behind. Is Taylor's girlfriend looking immaculate? Matthew is asking Taylor's girlfriend looking immaculate every time Fritz plays. Her outfit, makeup, and hair almost like she knows the camera. I mean, she kind of knows the camera will be on her, right? I mean, she is like an influencer or something, so I guess that's kind of what she does. That's that's her life, to look good, to know the camera will be on her, and to sort of even welcome it, I suppose. That's probably long from Tsitsipas, so there's going to be another match point still. He had some major issues in the opening sets trying to close it out, right? I think it was 7 set points. We'll see if he matches that with the number of match points. But in the end, it of course turned out just, not. In the end, it didn't turn out important that he struggled for a bit to close it out. Maybe that's a pretty good return from Jarry, so he is still on this point, but not really anymore. Again, when moved side to side, yeah, just any sort of lateral movement, frankly, today, he has been spraying a lot. A decent showing for sure. Very distant handshake. Like they were probably like 3 meters away from each other while doing the handshake. I don't think there was any bad blood or anything. Just maybe that's the way Jarry handles things. No. I mean, yeah, in Warsaw 2 years ago, I've talked to him, and we didn't handshake. I don't know if that's how he usually does it. Frankly, usually don't pay that much attention to the handshake, but when you're doing a stream, you start looking at some other things that usually maybe aren't at the center of your attention. Frankly, it's funny like that. Anyway, I'm gonna change my stream to Fritz Lehecka, as aforementioned. I think John is just showing us on the stream that Lehecka is still up a break in the opener. Yeah, and after Tsitsipas, of course, it's Djokovic-Musetti on the main court. So soon enough, we're also gonna have that match. I don't know yet. I mean, we're gonna see how the score lines progress, I suppose, in some of these to like know whether we're gonna stick with Lehecka or go to Djokovic. Maybe I'm gonna watch the first set in Lehecka Fritz come to an end, and then try to start Djokovic. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. And when it comes to like the scheduling today, it was all the singles matches are on the main two courts, so we essentially just have them constantly flowing in. Rune Berrettini was supposed to be the last one on Court de Prince, and for that reason, we're going. Well, Fritz and Lehecka end the day there, and when it comes to yes, when it comes to the main court, so Rainier the Third, I don't know how to pronounce his name, frankly. Then we're gonna have Djokovic-Musetti and then Medvedev-Zverev. As I said, Medvedev-Zverev will probably it will probably just Mario here, unless Djokovic like wins very quickly. Then maybe I can see some of Medvedev-Zverev as well. But we'll see. But Fritz Lehecka, we're definitely gonna watch this to the end, unless they go for like 5 hours. Probably not. Let's see. I've just turned on the stream. The first point I see is 4-3, 15 love for Lehecka, and he is serving as well, of course. And he forces out the error very quickly. 30 love up. I'll check if there was like in the point by point section on last score whether there was anything going on in terms of the breakpoints. Well, Fritz saved a couple in the opening game, but Lehecka hasn't struggled on serve yet. And he will probably not struggle in this game either. That first serve was maybe not fast, but it was very well placed and just set him up for a +1 forehand winner. Not an obvious one. Not everyone would really go for it, but he did, and it's just on the line for love. Fritz got a point on the board. While I was distracted reading Twitter comments, but I also have to make up for some of the comments I think here as well. I stopped at Matthew thinking of. John asked who wants to see a pic of those kids with huge rackets while Devon gets some water. I was supposed to go go to grab some water. Good that you reminded me. Something about pickleball. Not gonna comment about this. A bit of a monstrosity. I mean, I'm sure it's fun to play, but probably not really to watch. Other than Alcaraz, who was heavily promoted coming out of juniors. I mean, Alcaraz wasn't really like. I mean, he never played that much juniors. I would say, in terms of like ITF juniors, right? Under 16s, he played a lot and won a lot, but basically since he was about 16, 15, he was already getting stuff on the pro tour. So I would say something like that. I mean, clearly there are. I think in the juniors there are two different types of players, and later on it kind of um, yeah, later on it just kind of evens out. You get many different game profiles and game styles, but in the juniors there's like a couple where you have very raw, inexperienced, just wild players with a lot of talent, and you also have these super consistent guys. And a lot of the time, these who just are consistent because, well, in the juniors there's plenty of unforced errors compared to the pro tour. You sometimes these consistent guys just get some amazing results. Like let's just think about like some of the best juniors that we've had in this decade. Like I don't know, sorry, the previous decade, like Liam Brody or Philippe Pelivo. These guys still haven't broken the top 100, but in the juniors they're gonna have a lot of results. But when you watch them, you're probably gonna know that they're not like they're not next Rafael Nadal or something, right? Who was as promoted as Nadal? I think Rune is a fair shout because he was with the Muratoglu Academy early, and well, he got plenty of wildcards before the pandemic. Carlos the same actually. I think in a way the pandemic kind of helped them because they were supposed to get a lot of wildcards in the spring. They didn't do that, and that maybe it was actually good for them, because they started playing at their own level. Because Rune, especially at the beginning, he was getting so many opportunities and not really doing much with them. I mean, it just wasn't his level yet, right? But then he hit the ITF tour. He just did the grind, and since then we all know where he is right now. But these two guys were definitely always very very heralded. Um, I don't know, Shang with his IMG contract, and in general also how early he was at the scene in the juniors. When it comes to his age, I mean the guy is in the top 200 at 17, or has he actually turned 18? I'm not sure when his birthday is. He has turned in 18 in February. So, yeah. Um, Jesus, I have to look at some younger players. um, no, to sort of think about it, but of course, Rune was a Grand Slam champion as well in at the French. I think Alcaraz only played like one or two slams. I think he was maybe in at Wimbledon and something else. But yeah, he was already too good for juniors, sort of. Like I don't know, Brenda Fruchvirtova also hasn't won a junior slam, right? But she is already just playing the pro tour, like usual. Well, like everyone else, let's say. Um, well, I think Yving Wu as well, who's now of course doing some damage, but back in the day, I think he was also pretty huge when he had this insane feat where in 2 weeks he won U.S. Open singles, U.S. Open doubles, and a challenger in Shanghai right after. So I think in that moment he was also probably thought of as an amazing talent, and then of course plenty of injuries happened, plenty of well, he was out for like 3 years, right? Um, I don't know, like for their junior records, I don't know if recently there's been someone who was maybe more like Rune. There was, of course, that Roland Garros title that Stricker won over Riedi, where Riedi probably wasn't thought of as much as Stricker, but Stricker was considered a huge prospect for sure. And yeah, Musetti as well, when he won the Australian Open, he was quite huge in recent years. I think right now lots of people are looking at like the Brule and Andalusa, these guys, but they're still so early in their careers that it's actually kind of hard to say like what's gonna come out of that. But I don't know. In yeah, it's always funny to think about like 2012 when Filippo Polivo played all the junior slam finals and how he hasn't really pushed on from that. But yeah, that's just the juniors game is very very different than the pros, and sometimes it just really takes consistency to to go huge in that. I mean, even in 2022 Australian Open, you've had Bruno Kuzuhara, for example, as the champion, right? He's not really doing damage on the Pro Tour, and I think everyone who even watched that final against Menchik had the clear idea that even though Kuzuhara might win here, and he won, of course, in that brutal match where they were both cramping, and Menchik was eventually, I think, even not at the trophy ceremony and like in a wheelchair or something. But everyone, I think, watching that final had a clear idea that Menchik is going to have a better time in the pros. So, having junior success definitely doesn't mean that much. Lehecka was a pretty good junior too, as well, number 10, I think, at his peak. And right now he takes this set against Fritz. What's the deal, by the way? Maybe anyone knows, because I don't. I don't. What's the deal with Berdik here? Like, what's he doing here? Is he here as a consultant coach for Lehecka? I mean, he's in his box, right? I haven't like read anything about it. So is he gonna coach him from now? Not really, right? I typed Berdik Lehecka in Twitter, and someone says that Lehecka confirmed that Berdik isn't his coach; he's just a mentor. Okay, I guess we I guess we know now. There's something about there's a French article here where there's some quotes from Berdik. Maybe if I translate it, maybe it's gonna tell us something as well. Because I think it's the first time he is watching Lehecka, right? That's I don't know. Maybe not. Is he? Is it the first time that he? Is it the first time that Berdik is at his oh Jesus, sorry, in his box? I don't know. I don't remember seeing him there before, but maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, yeah, looks like they're involved. He's involved somehow, which is pretty great because he always because he's always been very like in I know in the Czech Republic they were often calling him like the new Berdik and etc. You can kind of see it, right, with the great timing and clean ground strokes, but the crisp hitting sort of. But of course the serve, again, just like I mentioned with Lehecka and Auger-Aliassime, like the difference between them. The difference between Lehecka and Berdik is definitely the physicality as well, because of course Lehecka is much smaller, and that also that also limits his serve potential a little bit. But he's 6-4 up here, so yeah. There was some question about Musetti's big wins on clay. Let me quickly pull it up. Why is Musetti given so much love on clay? Honestly, this is just the surface that he can use his variety on, right? He can use the insane hands that he has, all the tools in his repertoire, which is super wide. And actually maybe too wide sometimes, because he gets lost in it, I think. And you cannot rush his ground strokes on clay, really. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be as effective as on hard courts, let's say. So I think that's why he's at his best. And just off the top of my head, I can already tell you that he, of course, beat Alcaraz last year in the Hamburg final. And that's probably going to be his biggest win on the clay. I mean, he was 2 sets to love up on Djokovic. He was 2 sets to love up on Tsitsipas at Roland Garros. Let me quickly find these. His wins on clay in his career. Alcaraz, Auger-Aliassime in Monte Carlo last year. On clay, that's not huge. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really comparable to Alcaraz, I would say. But as I said, he was 2 sets to love up on Tsitsipas, 2 sets to love up on Djokovic, right? So that these are not wins, but they also mean something. And yeah, there was also that one in Rome 2020, which was his breakout event when he beat, I think, Wawrinka and Nishikori back to back. Then won the Forli Challenger, which yeah, in like 2 weeks, I think Musetti grabbed 6 top 100 wins in that time frame, and yeah, that was an insane event from him as well. And of course, so early in his career, he was 18, I think. So yeah, Alcaraz in Hamburg last year. That's definitely his biggest win on clay, and I guess anywhere, right? Because well, um, I mean, he beat Ruud last year at Bercy, but nah, that's not the same indoors. Definitely not. Winning 2 sets against Novak at RG was his biggest win. That's what John said as well. I only arrived at this comment now. Yeah, Musetti has won his last 3 sets without losing a game. That's true. Beat Nardi yesterday with a double bagel. I have not. I didn't watch that much. I was planning to, but apparently it was a very short affair. And yeah, Kecmanovic just did not have the legs anymore after the opening set with Musetti. I was kind of surprised actually that he was so drained after Estorin, 5 pretty short matches. But anyway, Brody would have made the top 100 with Wimbledon points last year. Very possible. He was like what, the third round, right? So 90 points. Yeah, probably was at some point very close. He might still do it this year, frankly. I mean, he just had a small injury of his what was it, like wrist, I think. But he seems to be practicing again. So in general, this has been a very good start for him. Definitely the second challenger title in Vilnius, of course, the big highlight, but also plenty of other good rounds with what was it, second round in Doha, right, and also the final in Biel. So yeah, plenty of very good rounds for Brody this year. So maybe he can still do it. Tennis, I do not have confidence in Musetti, which is not being mentioned by what? Okay, I kind of lost. I'm kind of lost in these comments here. But how's Lehecka doing? I mean, so far he's been relatively smooth in his holds, and yeah, just he knows his way around the clay court much more than Fritz, I would say. Still, even though Fritz has improved a lot on the European dirt. But maybe Fritz can get something going here because it's 0-30 actually in the second game. And he will because Lehecka has just missed the +1 forehand. But for what it's worth, it does seem like Lehecka is kind of, well, he's the one deciding what's going to happen in this match. Let's say that. He's the one being in control of most of the rallies and just going for more. But maybe this time it actually will lead to his demise because, well, Fritz has 3 breakpoints to go up to love in the second set. Let's see what Lehecka can do with it. Well, he gets a very, very deep forehand at the middle. Not surprised with Fritz making the error here because it was just really clipped the line basically. Yeah, let's see what happens in this game for sure. Another pretty decently placed serve from Lehecka, but it's not enough to win him the point. He approaches the net, and the volley was not great this time. I've just mentioned his transition game and his volleys being better in terms of the execution. This one was not perfect. A pretty uncomfortable spot as well. So Fritz breaks. He got to it pretty easily and yeah, just played it well enough that Lehecka didn't really have a chance to. Yeah, didn't really have a chance to. Yeah, didn't really have a chance to play it back at all. Peaches asks Damien, why can't we see the scores? I'm not in charge, but I think we already can. So I'm not in charge of the the production sort of the stream, but I think we already can. But if there's still any issues, tell me. But I think it's fine now. Yeah, we don't see the scores because I adore Taylor Fritz. No, I actually wanna definitely would want to see Lehecka winning this. I think yeah, he's just a better clay player to me, and currently probably like the more exciting player, right? I mean, Fritz, we kind of already know how good he is. Lehecka, we still don't, and it would be good to see him, yeah, just play another big match. This time it would be against Stefanos Tsitsipas. They've played at the Australian Open. Um, that was the match where 6-3, like 6-3, 7-6, 6-4, something like that, right? Where Lehecka basically had just I don't know, just one poor service game a set or something like that, and didn't really do much on return. But on clay, you still favored Tsitsipas. He played a very nice professional match today, but he also didn't really give us much info, right? He played Jarry. He's still Lehecka is a very aggressive player, of course, but it's still a very different matchup. So I guess we also don't have that much info on Tsitsipas's form yet. But yeah, would be good to just to see Lehecka play more big guns and yeah, see what he can do with it. But Fritz, of course, is becoming a very decent clay player himself. Some very good defense from Lehecka now, and he will have the opportunity to. Will he or will he? Yes, this time the volleys are a bit better. Nothing really Fritz could have done with that pass. I think it was probably too low to try to get it down the line there. And Lehecka will have two breakpoints right back, let's say. Um, yeah. Fritz is also becoming a very, very, very solid clay player, of course. Maybe a little under the radar still, but his footwork especially has improved a lot with just with time on the surface. But he's still a little like hit or miss clay, right? Last year he had that quarterfinal in Monte Carlo, but he almost went out to Lucas Catarina in the second round. Very tough match, and of course Roland Garros was quite rough for him, playing 5 sets with Santiago Rodriguez Taverna and then losing to Bernabe Zapata Miralles. Great combination from Lehecka, just huge inside out forehand to Fritz's backhand and then smashes it to get the break back. So that set is still looking very, very exciting. I think, Djokovic and Musetti are warming up, but I think we're going to stay on Fritz and Lehecka at least until the second set finishes. If it's Lehecka winning, then we're definitely going to move over to Djokovic. Or maybe if Musetti wins a few games, then we'll move over to Djokovic. I don't know what's going to happen. Baby Berdick. Yeah. They've been Baby Berdick is the new baby fat, says Ghosty. Yeah, in the Czech Republic, I know they've been like looking for the next Berdick. It was a thing. Because if you think about it, I mean the Czech Republic has had a lot of good youngsters recently, like juniors. Let's say Forejtek, of course, was the word number one. He was very by the way at like promoted coming out of juniors, I would say. And of course he's hasn't really pushed on. Mahac, who's probably their highest ranked player right now, I would say. I mean, Vesely is pretty much out of the picture, right? Mahac is excellent, of course, but he's not like a world beater, let's say, right? He's not a star of Berdick's quality. So, of course, yeah, I just said that. I'm watching a match of Lehecka, and I forgot about him saying that Mahac is their best player, their best non-Lehecka player, let's say. Dalibor Szczina also won a challenger at a very early age. Menchik, of course, right now will probably change that whole sort of perspective on Czech tennis. But there was a moment when they were definitely just pretty desperate to find a new youngster who would sort of fill in Berdick's shoes. And I think even though in the juniors he wasn't as good as Forejtek, Lehecka was the one that they thought could do something similar. And yeah, turns out he can absolutely. And yeah, Manchik could also change that in a couple of years, of course. But well, for now he's in the top like 400, and at 17, of course, it's a fantastic feat. And already had some runs at the challenger level as well. ITFs, he's basically winning whatever he plays right now. So So probably going to be pretty huge as well. And right now they aren't going to be as desperate with Lehecka, getting runs like that on a regular basis, and also Menchik being a very, very exciting prospect too. Baby Silks. I was not alive when Monika Lewinsky was stuff went down, as you said, but of course I more or less know the story. Fritz seems to be a late starter and or a good comeback player when you think he's going to lose. He gets the win, says Peaches. Maybe. I haven't really thought of that. But he's definitely very good mentally and in recent years, and maybe that's also the reason, just when it comes to the crunch, he is able to he's able to keep playing his best while the opponent maybe not necessarily. But we'll see. Of course, in this set, they're still even right now. It's 40-15 Lehecka in his service game. Another beautiful volley. That's what we've been talking about. That's something that just allows him to win points so much easier, and that's really something that you should do in tennis, right? Make sure you win points easy, and that's something that having a good transition game definitely opens up to you a little bit. Fun to see Thomas Berdych on the in the stands. I don't think. I mean, I know he's been in Monte Carlo, but I didn't see either Lehecka Rusevuori or Lehecka Dimitrov. So this is probably the first time I'm seeing Thomas Berdych as whoever in the in the Lehecka camp. I mean, mentor, consultant, coach, whatever. Definitely not the official coach, just a mentor of sorts, I suppose. Fritz is getting some huge blasts at Lehecka, and eventually the check makes an error, although that shank was very, very close to catching the line. Eventually didn't, though, so Fritz is 30 love up in this game. I think Djokovic and Musetti have just started. As I said, I think we'll probably stay here and then switch once this set is done, or maybe once this match is done. If we'll see. We'll just see how it goes. How smooth this set will go, and whether it will be Lehecka clinching it or not. So far, it looks like he is gonna go down 2-3 because Fritz has just won a point with a huge serve. Gets a nice half volley pickup to capitalize on another good delivery, but Lehecka is back in it and just keeps punishing these. Just keeps blowing these forehands to Fritz's backhand, and again it gives him the error. I think again it's quite windy as well, and some of these balls were definitely flying a little wild. Actually giving some nice variation of spins to Lehecka, although I'm not sure if it was exactly planned, especially that one very loopy forehand that just barely landed inside the line. Anyway, Lehecka commits a backhand error though, so it's going to be 3-2 Taylor Fritz in this set. I think this is probably where I'm finally going to go for that water that I was supposed to do an hour ago. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, the music is also off, so I'm back. There's okay. I just missed one point. Apparently, I had to do an emergency end proof end proofing. I don't know how to call it. The apartment. There's this one spot where some ants are coming out, and when I spot them, I either have to kill them very brutal fashion, or I have to just pour some ant repellent. And I thought I was gonna be away for much longer, but apparently I just missed one point. And we've got a 15-all rally where it's Fritz dictating from the forehand side and giving Lehecka some issues, but these sort of exchanges you can kind of see how much more comfortable when it comes to the movement Lehecka is on this surface, they're just night and day, frankly, between how well he was able to just get to some of these big blows from Fritz and also produce a decent counter out of it as well. And a lot of that boils down to the movement here, I think. He's faster, he's more smooth in it than Fritz, but of course the American is still a fantastic ball striker as well. Just blasts a backhand cross court winner that completely wrong-footed Lehecka. And the Czech will have 1 point to get it to 3-all, though. That's a fantastic rally they're playing now. Some absolutely huge forehand cross court from Lehecka. He was ripping it, but the rally ends with a bit of a sour note as Fritz tries to drop shot, but it's like didn't really even get a clean hit on it. So a great rally ended with a pretty poor. Even you could even call it a shank. I don't know, mishit or whatever. Is there anything else? I think not really. Is Fritz gonna win? Asks someone. Tough to say. I mean, we have a 6-4 3-all, of course, in this match. As I said before the match, I think for me Lehecka was a slight favorite. It's not anything I mean, it's not anything outstanding. It's like I don't know, 55% or whatever. But he's just a bit more comfortable playing on clay than Fritz is, and probably isn't as much of a worse player as maybe it would seem, given their respective results rankings. Of course, he's very much a developing player. Fritz is probably in his prime. I think we could kind of we could call it like that, right? I mean, it's I doubt Taylor Fritz is gonna make much progress from here on out, but he is probably like very close to the peak of his abilities at the moment. In that sense, I think it probably was fair to to say that Lehecka and Fritz is like a 50-50 matchup or something. Personally, I would have, as I said earlier, I would have given Lehecka a bit of a nod in terms of being the favorite, but that's just because I still am a little 50-50 on Fritz on clay. I mean, sometimes he looks like he has already improved so much, and sometimes he plays like in Paris last year, right? When He goes to 5 with Santiago Rodriguez Taverna, loses to Zapata Miralles. Of course, both excellent clay players in their sort of own capacity, but still, especially the first match, it was something you would really expect from Fritz to like take care of more easily. Zapata Miralles, of course, is he's a top 50 player now, so maybe not necessarily in that. Maybe we can't really blame it on Fritz, let's say. There was a bit of a dangerous moment for the American here as Lehecka got it to 40-30, but a +1 forehand winner just gets him safely through to the next game. 4-3 up, Taylor Fritz. 25 minutes in the set already, so pretty quick holds. Not that much getting done. Tennis bros who desperately need a haircut. Was there is like that? I don't know if desperately, but I do. I probably will get a haircut sometime soon. Desperately. I've had worse. I've had longer hair, 100%. I've also haven't showered today, so maybe that's why. Life is tough sometimes. Anyway, Lehecka is going to serve at 3-4. And I'm also glancing over at the scoreline, at least, of Djokovic-Musetti, which Novak currently has a breakpoint in 2-1, 40-30. Before Lehecka and Fritz restart their game, I guess I'm just going to see if if Novak clinches that, maybe I can even quickly. Oh no, no, I can't. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. Still nothing. No info from there. Oh, yeah. Djokovic has clinched the break, so it's 3-1. Yeah, if Lehecka wins this in 2, then of course we don't really have a choice, and we'll watch Djokovic-Musetti. I'll watch and talk about it, but if Fritz and Lehecka, if Fritz and Lehecka go to a third, then I'm gonna have a decision to make. So in a way, Lehecka taking this set would just spare me from having to make some choices. So that's always good when you don't have to make choices. Anyway, Lehecka wins the first point. +1 backhand just is way too much for Fritz to handle. And he is he's had a good start in this game as well. Of course, he's been very comfortable on serve so far, other than there was that one game at the beginning of this set, right? That he lost. Of course, he was broken, but otherwise he has been very, very comfortable. Which is perhaps even more telling about the fact that he has been the better player from the baseline, because of course the serve of Lehecka is not giving him as much as the serve of Fritz, for example, right? It's decent, it's improved, but it's still an area that he can work on. 100%. Maybe Thomas Berdych is actually gonna help him with that. Although I think he would have to probably give Lehecka some of centimeters, let's say, in order for Lehecka to be able to get to the sort of serving prowess that Thomas Berdych had displayed throughout his career. And for a love up, Lehecka cruising to another very solid hold. When it comes to the matches that we already have set up for tomorrow, that's of course Rublev Struff. I've talked about it a few times, and that's basically it for now because Tsitsipas is gonna play either Fritz or Lehecka. Right now, looking like Lehecka, but we'll see. And Rune is gonna play either Medvedev or Zverev. No clue who's winning that one. I mean, the clay season probably should be a good moment for Alexander Zverev to get back to his best. Is he already there? I don't know. Against Bautista Agut, I don't think I've watched him. I think I've seen. Yeah, I saw some of the Bublik Zverev match, which was a bit weird, with how, of course, with how the Kazakh plays, but I wouldn't say it was a particularly poor match from Zverev. It wasn't anything sensational, but it was okay. I didn't see the one against Bautista Agut. Of course, it's kind of hard to play Bublik as well, right? When he goes for 100 different shots and like sometimes half tanks a game and sometimes just blasts everything and for winners. And it's not really a match that's going to tell you a lot about a player's form, I would say. However, yeah, it seems like it would be a very good target this clay season for Zverev to get back into his optimal disposition. We sort of thought maybe he is there already, right? After Dubai, he still had better and worse matches in like Indian Wells, Dubai, but that loss in Miami to Taro Daniil was just something else really in terms of like the extent of it, right? And also a player who, with all due respect to Taro, is I mean, pretty limited. I mean, he is a solid baseliner, and that's kind of it, right? That the extent of that loss was a little weird, and therefore I'm not really sure what to think about Zverev at the moment. I'm pretty sure what to think about Taylor Fritz at the moment, who just wins a game to put Lehecka in that position where he's going to have to serve, win the game to stay in the set. 5 for Fritz. Another very, very quick hold, 31 minutes for 9 games, even though we had a couple of breaks, but I think they were also pretty quick. And when it comes to Medvedev, hell if I know what's he going to do, right? He beat Sonego yesterday, which is a very decent win on clay, I think, and especially how comfortable he looked in that one. Still, he's gonna complain for sure about the surface, right? And I just have no clue what to expect from Medvedev. He is a better clay court player than he is given credit for, I think. Is he though? Like, is he likely to win this title? Not really, but is he going to? Is it possible that he would, I don't know, make the semis final? Yeah, absolutely, right. But it's not gonna be easy. Not gonna be easy when you have to play guys like Zverev and Rune in order to just make the semis. So, I think I would probably expect him, even if he wins today, to maybe lose to Rune. But we shall see. Of course, he's had a number of matches in the past on clay when he didn't want to play. Let's say that. One of them, for example, that one against Karatsev in Rome, or like Garin in Madrid. I think they were both the same year. Also, the post-pandemic French Open and Hamburg. So I think it can be anything from pretty great to terrible. So I've got absolutely no clue how Daniil Medvedev is going to do against Alexander Zverev. I saw that Medvedev is like the favorite for the bookies, which probably is fair, given we don't know if Zverev is already there fully. And while they did play, I mean, they played in Indian Wells, right? And it was 7-5 in the third for Medvedev. Theoretically, Indian Wells is pretty clay-like. Maybe Taylor Fritz can have a chance at breaking already, because Lehecka starts the game with a forehand unforced error. Maybe Taylor Fritz can actually have a chance here to get us to a decider, especially as this first serve from Lehecka is not in. So there's the opportunity for Fritz. Probably will try to be aggressive with the return. More or less was, but Lehecka is back in control of the point. Again, huge forehands at Taylor's backhand. And that pattern seems to be working very nicely for him. Just locks up a forehand inside out winner. Fantastic hit. This is the sort of clean hitting that caused people to call him the next verdict, let's say. But whether he is worthy of that moniker, we're gonna see perhaps in the future. There's 15 also, of course, still a chance for Fritz if he can only lock up one of the next games. Some indecisiveness from Lehecka, who was trying to approach the net, but actually saved himself in time, like decided that the approach was not going to be good enough, and actually, bailed out at the right time. Ooh, that's a wild forehand though. But usually when you have this sort of moment, right, when you want to go to the net and then you decide not to at the very last moment, it usually ends poorly. Not this time though. Berdick is yawning. Berdick is done. Berdick is tired. Berdick already doesn't want to be watching tennis anymore. Third match, no, he thought he was coming to Monte Carlo to watch Lehecka lose to Rusevori, and yet Lehecka is still in the tournament. Maybe he's gonna be in the tournament for longer. And Berdick is just done. Fertig also a pretty important point here. Either a set point or a game point for Lehecka to get it to 5-5. It's gonna be a second serve, so theoretically some chance. And Fritz gets a very good deep return of the forehand, but there's the counter from Lehecka. He has really been playing. What he's been good at this match, I think, is especially playing aggressive shots from defensive positions. That makes sense. Still not winning that rally yet. He had a chance for a big inside-out forehand winner, but just nets it. So Fritz is going to get the set point. Very good rally from the American as well. Lots of stuff happening, and he handled it all well. So we've got a set point for Fritz. Lehecka could use a pretty big serve because this year, this game hasn't really given him anything for free so far, I think. And right on cue, right? Yeah, right on cue. There's a massive serve out wide, which actually was like I think very speedy, and there was a slight chance for Fritz to maybe get back into the rally, but he commits a forced error of the forehand side. But mostly, the serve just set it up for him. Lehecka is 5 out of 7 when it comes to playing at the net. This set, we just saw it on the TV feed, which honestly is a little lowish, I think even. But yeah, that prowess for sure has been really important in his progress of late. Anyway, Fritz is now has a second set point after Lehecka commits a +1 backhand error, and will he go for the same serve out wide this time as well? He does, but this one is long, so he's gonna have to win the point after his second serve. Will it be tough? Oh, it will be tough because he commits a double fault. So yes, needless to say, it will be tough to to win that point if you commit a double fault. Anyway, we are at 1-all in Lehecka Fritz. So I wonder how's the scoreline looking in Djokovic-Musetti 4-2. So I guess while they have a break, I should probably take a just take it to the other stream and maybe come back when Djokovic has a break between sets. If my computer will work with me, I think it will. I think it will. Looks like it will. But now my stream doesn't work with me. But I will be there in a second. Whoa. That's sorry. Why was it? Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm just looking for the stream still. So give me a second. Djokovic-Musetti, yes. Not exactly the right time to turn on your stream because they're just sitting down for a changeover. Berdick never really reached his potential, Emo, says Ghosty. Maybe maybe he's one of maybe he's one of these guys who basically well, because of the big three, because of how they dominated the whole sport, it was just hard for them to do that, right? To reach their full potential. Of course, we also have the likes of like the Tsongas, the Ferrers, and etc. And yeah, all of them could have achieved so much more if they just were born in a different era, if or if the big three didn't exist, if even either of these players didn't exist. But as Rafael Nadal once said, if doesn't exist. So yeah, no shower. That's dedication, says Cedric. Now that my lack of showering today is actually just caused by the fact that I was drinking yesterday. But well, if you wanna call it dedication, I am hungover and doing this stream, so it is dedication. Thank you, Cedric. Yes, thank you for the compliment. But yeah, it's not as good as you think. Yeah, there was a question from Zanman as well who said, "Will Novak win?" And I think I would agree with Ghosty, who yeah, just said that the form of Djokovic is very much a question mark. I've only turned on the match, of course, but against Gakov he was off. It seems like in general at this stage of his career, clay is getting even worse for him than well, even worse. He's probably like the second best clay player in history, unless you wanna make the case about Björn Borg, but still. I mean, I think recently he has struggled a fair bit on it. Maybe it's the fact that simply he's slower in at 36 or whatever. How old is Djokovic? 36, 35, 35, right? 35, yeah, 36 soon in a month. Uh, I don't know if that's the reason, but certainly he's had some well, poorer losses, poorer performances in recent years. So we'll see if that actually is maintained. But I would still consider him the favorite to win in Monte Carlo, despite the pretty poor performance against Gakov. Gakov also has a game profile that kind of no, Nadal-ish, I would say. Of course, not with the same sort of versatility. Definitely not with the same sort of defensive potential either. But at least in terms of just moving the ball around the court with that huge lefty topspin forehand, right? Whew, that's a pretty huge miss for Musetti, but thankfully for him, it's 30-15. He also shows his juggling skills with with the ball a little bit, but it's 30. It was a mistake at 30 love, so maybe it's not going to be consequential. Let's see what they're actually playing in that Djokovic-Musetti match, because I've only seen like 3 points so far, and it's been mostly errors. Wow, that's a fantastic backhand down the line from Novak. Musetti is checking the mark, but it was definitely in. Great shot, really. Just that sort of pinpoint accuracy that he has on the backhand that never really fails to amaze. Is the Djokovic backhand the best technically the best shot in terms of just how clean the technique is on the tour? Maybe. His forehand is not quite as good though, and he misses he misses this one long. So it's 40-30 Musetti. I guess this is pretty similar though. Musetti playing with a lot of topspin. Maybe that's also how he, even though he's not a lefty, of course, so the patterns are very, well, basically the other way around compared to when Gakov played Djokovic, or maybe when Nadal plays Djokovic, right? But I think maybe he is clearly like very often hitting with a lot of topspin here to Djokovic. Maybe that's some sort of an idea that he has for this one. And he also has an idea to play at winner, but it's not going to work. So it's 40 all. I thought this sort of, through the net drop shot response was going to be better, but Novak was there very, very quickly. I don't know what happened, but it seemed like it was going to be a better shot from Musetti, but it actually didn't give him that much of an advantage. And yeah, then he just tried to save himself with that winner, but wasn't really close. Second serve. Novak is of course still 2 points away from getting that opening set on the board. Deep return, and Musetti mishits the backhand a little bit, and it goes long. So there's gonna be a first set point after 34 minutes of play. Yeah, this is the first game I'm watching, so I don't know, but kind of hard to see how Musetti would, have a shot at beating Novak here if Novak is just hitting as well as he's been. It wasn't really the case in the Gakov match, of course, and I still think he's like the overwhelming favorite to win Monte Carlo. I saw some people thinking that maybe Sinner can, maybe beat Djokovic and then win his first title here. I don't know if I believe it. Novak makes an interesting adjustment, which we saw on the camera. Musetti was going for his second serve, and Novak moved a few steps back just before. Well, I think even with Musetti not really seeing it, or like at least he wasn't looking at Novak anymore, but I think he saw it based on how he acted because he was trying to follow it up to the net. Still, the plan doesn't work. The return is netted, and it's deuce again. Another very deep return from Novak. I guess that's something that you could probably say after 90% of his returns. And there's another phenomenal backhand down the line. This one probably even tougher because it wasn't like so stationary. It was the position the he was basically on the run, and yeah, just finds another beautiful stroke. So second set point for Djokovic. I guess if they finish early, I can or maybe see some of Medvedev-Zverev, but probably not much anyway. I gotta leave at like hour 20 minutes, something like that. I mean, that's like when they gotta leave the house, not the stream, so probably even a bit earlier. Good serve from Musetti gives him the gets him back to deuce again. I'm gonna check if there was like any action on the Djokovic serve so far. Just from like following the live scores, I did not think so, but we shall see. And I see also that Lehecka has a break point in the opening game. I might check that very soon. Maybe if this game is over in a second, I mean, if Novak wins the set, or he might not though, another forehand error. I mean, if he wins the set like pretty quickly, I think we're just gonna switch to Lehecka Fritz for the third set. That's probably a little more exciting. But if Musetti wins, the next two games, then of course we're gonna stay with Djokovic Musetti. We'll see how realistic that is for the Italian. Well, another pretty sick return from Novak, frankly, and he is already in control of the point. But maybe that forehand was out. It could have been. Yeah, Musetti seems pretty confident, so it seems like it will be 5-3. Already Tort tried to check the mark, but it was deemed out indeed. So let's see. Yeah, striker Romanov says that he stopped watching for 5 minutes and Lehecka lost the set. Yeah, clearly you should have been present, and you should have been hyping him because apparently you're his lucky charm. It's due still in that game between Taylor and Jiri. Let's say that. Okay, he saved 3 breakpoints already in that game. Taylor Fritz, the opening game of the third set. So yeah, Fritz now has an advantage to get it to get a good start to the set, and perhaps even actually better because well, once you save a few breakpoints but hold, the momentum is very much in your favor. You'd think. Yeah, if Novak wins this game, I think we're gonna just switch to Lehecka Fritz for the deciding set. Doesn't seem like so far like Musetti is doing much to really trouble Novak. I can't really remember that much from their Roland Garros encounter. I mean, I remember Musetti being 2 sets still up and playing some fabulous tennis, but um, I don't think there was like much that he was doing tactically. I think he was just producing his game at an extremely high quality. But as I said, I don't really remember much from that one, other than some pretty spectacular shots from like the tiebreakers that he won. Of course, like we all remember what happened later when he retired at 0-4 down in the fifth. But yeah, so far it just doesn't seem like he has much to trouble Djokovic with on the day. Of course, as I said, I've only watched like a game and a half, but you can usually tell by 10 minutes of the match more or less what's happening, right? I mean, of course, there's gonna be changes, but yeah, the Djokovic forehand has been fragile though, and it just produces another error. There was even the previous ball, even he like it wasn't a clean hit; it was like barely made. And yeah, the next one is out by by a mile, and we've got 30 all. Suddenly, Musetti is 2 points away from getting back to well, almost even. But of course, he still needs to win these 2 points. And there's a second serve from Novak, so maybe there's gonna be some opportunity here for Italian. I'm sure Mario, wherever he wherever he is, he's gonna be here later, but I'm sure Mario is enjoying the sudden renaissance of his compatriot in this set, but it might be very short-lived because yeah, he just sends a slice out. Yeah, pretty poor error. I mean, you cannot really do that, right? At 30 all. So we've got set point number 3. But this time, of course, on the Djokovic serve. The serve is okay-ish. Again, the forehand just very, very weirdly hit, I would say. That's pretty fantastic though. The forehand of Djokovic first like stopped. It just wasted the advantage that he had after the serve, and then it actually gave a pretty attackable ball for Musetti. It was still a beautiful hit down the line from the Italian, but it's kind of feeding him a bit of points. The Djokovic forehand here since we've started watching. So that's pretty interesting, I'd say. That's a drop shot return from Musetti. I have no clue if he meant it. I probably not. I mean, probably it was more of a reaction. But Djokovic just misses the shot. It wasn't that good. Like still a very pretty poor unforced error, but certainly the how short the return was made Novak uncomfortable, and somehow Musetti has a breakpoint now. Very deep backhand return from Musetti, and Novak is still hitting his forehands quite poorly. And this time, I mean, the first one he like sort of pushed to Musetti, and the other one he that one he just misjudged. I think it was a bad bounce as well, and Musetti capitalizes on this. He blasts a forehand winner. This time I think inside out, And somehow we're at 5-4 suddenly after 3 saved set points by Musetti. Novak is clearly not happy with this. Who was happy though was Fabio Fognini, who's watching. Was Fognini even in this event? Was he in the qualies? Of course, he's the 2018 champion, right? He wasn't. Didn't he? No, I don't remember. Did he? Did he? Oh, he got injured in that Cecchinato match, right? I think I remember that at the story. That's why he's not. That way he wasn't. Is Holger Rune playing right now as Zanman? No, Holger is not gonna play today because Berrettini has withdrawn with what was it, like internal oblique muscle, something like that, something near your abdomen, and Berrettini has withdrawn, so Holger Rune will not play today. We also have a break in the Fritz Lehecka match, but just like we sort of hinted at, saving 3 breakpoints in the opening game of the third set gave Fritz a lot of momentum, and he has broken. So he is 2-love up. He's also serving. So as we talked about earlier, so sort of psychologically, that's pretty good for him. We're probably gonna see the Djokovic-Musetti set until the end, and then perhaps turn the page to Fritz Lehecka. But yeah, let's see how much how much value that breaks that Musetti has just gotten has, because well, it's not gonna be of much value if he cannot hold after that. Also gonna be interesting to see if the fragility of Djokovic's forehand continues. It doesn't really. It doesn't seem like it continues because he's hit a few great ones already in this point. But Musetti is counterpunching very well. But eventually, wow, eventually doesn't get. That cannot get the ball back inside the court. But that's a pretty angry Novak. I mean, I'm not really sure about what, because, well, he won the point, and clearly was pissed with himself anyway. I don't know why. 19 shots in this rally. Novak was all the time on the front foot, and he just this time the forehand did not disappoint at all. It moved the ball around the court very well, and eventually led to Musetti's error. He just couldn't keep running side to side like this. That's another long rally with Novak trying to dictate on the forehand side, and it's working. Musetti has just played the drop shot, though. I don't think it's gonna be good enough. I mean, it wasn't really that good, but neither was Djokovic's response. Eventually, Novak wins the point, and this time he's not pissed at himself. This time he's like doing this gesture with his ear, where he's showing asking for some cheers from the crowd. So once again, two points away from the set. I don't know what it is today, but we're watching some. We're watching all the players struggle to close out sets. It seems. Of course, earlier there was Tsitsipas-Jarry, who had massive issues in the opening set, and we'll see if Novak can get himself another chance even. Not the Musetti backhand isn't really doing much in these exchanges, and that's why he's often just running from one side of the court to another. But he is still surviving, though. Just some great scrabbling from the Italian. But at some point, Novak is gonna get to him, I suppose. And yeah, this is another great rally from the Serbian. I mean, three pretty spectacular points in this game, and we were talking about the sort of frailty of his forehand in the last game, but this one is completely different. But even though it's Musetti's game, Novak is just completely dominating all of these points, which probably isn't the way to go for Musetti in the long run, I suppose, right? It kind of limits his assets because, well, he cannot really use that that variety that he has if he's just running from side to side. I mean, he's slicing, of course, in that in these sort of rallies, but other than that, Musetti gets a pretty good +1 forehand winner to save the fourth set point. Still two more to go if he is to survive. Set point number 5 for Djokovic. Yeah, that's out, really. Okay, then Novak makes a pretty simple error then. I did not even realize, frankly, that this was going to be out, but it is. So he got 40-30. 6th set point already. How was it with Jarry and Tsitsipas? I can't remember. I think when he got 3 of them on the 7th, he clinched it. I don't know. It was definitely the 7th set point. So can Novak take it a little earlier than Tsitsipas and finish it on the 6th set point? He's gonna try to do just that. Again, backhand to backhand. Still, I would say that the Musetti one is just not doing that much, giving Novak most of the initiative. But this time he's not as eager to take it, I would say. Some decent angles from Musetti, and he nets a backhand, but it is in play. Yeah, but that netted backhand just gave Novak all the control in the rally again, and we see his wife, of course, quite pleased with what he showed, possibly in this very last game, because, well, I don't know if earlier there was that much to be pleased about, at least not since we turned on the stream. Other than that, 2 excellent backhand down the line winners, of course. But here, I mean, he was just just a fantastic game from Djokovic all around. And other than that one error that he made, basically didn't put their foot wrong. So yeah, it is 6-4 Djokovic. I'm gonna switch over to Fritz Lehecka because that seems like it might end pretty soon with Taylor being 4-1 up. Struff wins that prize today. 2 stops at it. Ah, all right. Yeah. I totally forgot about this even, but you're right. That even makes more sense with the sets that players have been struggling to close out. Do you have a prediction who will win between Djokovic and Musetti? I mean, having watched 3 games from that, it's pretty hard to see the possible upsets brewing. I don't know if Musetti can really keep up with Novak playing pretty well, at least in that last game, because he also had his moments, I suppose. And Lehecka is even in more trouble now. Fritz drop shots and Lehecka. Lehecka was just on the back foot and couldn't even make a run for it. And it's love 30 in Lehecka's game. I saw there was some support from Jane in the chat about Lehecka. Yeah, he's gonna have to work really hard for this win if he is to get it. Fritz, Fritz winning this would be very much. Hello, Jane. Would be very much like go with the idea that Peaches had earlier in the chat, right? That Fritz was just such a good comeback player, and yeah, just very good when it comes to well, maybe not necessarily slow starting, but like, you know, ooh. Lehecka tries to serve and volley and goes for a very, very tough half volley attempt, and yeah, it was unlikely to work. But the return from Fritz made it so low dipping over the net and pretty pacey as well. But yeah, basically we talked earlier about yeah, they're just Fritz's poise and yeah, the ability to stay fighting, keep fighting in matches where maybe he should have lost. I don't know if he should have lost this one. I mean, it never really got that far, but he is flying right now and fires another backhand winner to go 5-1 up. Great performance since the second set, I would say. Sorry, since the middle of the second set, he has been really on top of his game. You don't really see Lehecka's like speed and more comfort in clay as you could see in earlier, where he was just yeah, where in these rallies it was clear that Lehecka is playing the well, he's just quicker to the ball. He's playing all the shots from defensive positions and still getting like something out of them. And right now, you don't really see that. Right now, it's just Fritz pulling him around the court pretty much. So I think I'm feeling bummed because Fritz does not collapse. Yeah, like from 5-1 here, it's going to be pretty hard. And especially with how well he's been playing in the past. Well, I haven't seen that much of the third set, but even the end of the second and yeah, what he showed in the previous game, yeah, just doesn't seem like there's a possible collapse waiting to happen or something. He's just in absolutely top shape at the moment. All right. So 2 match points for Fritz. Gonna be a second serve. We'll see if the habit of closing out sets and matches that players have been showing today will persist. But as we said, it's probably unlikely, and it is indeed unlikely. Good stuff from Fritz, and that's how. Now we also have another meeting set up. I mean, another quarterfinal already lined up, and it's gonna be Fritz Tsitsipas. Give me a second. I'm gonna change it over to the Djokovic-Musetti match. And I'm gonna check the head-to-head between Tsitsipas and Fritz. Of course, they played at the Australian Open last year, I think. Maybe even twice. Did they play twice at the Australian Open? No, just one time last, right? Yeah, 3-2 Tsitsipas, but 2 of them were exhibitions on grass in the Boodles tennis challenge or whatever it's called. So not counting that. So it's actually just 3-0 Tsitsipas in terms of their meetings. Laver Cup again. Tough to know if to count it. The third set is a super tiebreaker. But 2 like proper meetings: Paris-Bercy 2019 and the aforementioned 2022 Australian Open, where Tsitsipas won in 5. That was the one where I thought that Fritz was going to have like a brilliant chance for the upset. I mean, he sort of did, right? 5 sets. That was when Fritz. I think that tournament was when Fritz really became Fritz. Like when Fritz became a top 10-ish player, not a top 25 guy that he was in the past, maybe something like that. So yeah, fantastic stuff in that sense. And yeah, he's gonna play Fritz. Fritz is gonna play Tsitsipas on clay. You gotta favor Tsitsipas, but by how much? I don't know. Certainly, some of the tennis that Fritz showed today in sets 2 and 3 would easily make him like have a chance in this one, and also a very different match for Tsitsipas than the one he played against Jarry today. Even though Fritz has a pretty big game too, but yeah. Well, I think we still don't have that much info on Tsitsipas's form. Of course, he loves MC though, and at Monte Carlo, and has won it twice in a row. So definitely the favorite to advance there. And Musetti looks like has broken in the opening game. I have not seen the point because I was checking that head to head. I will check like what the break point was maybe. What happened? I'm just rewinded to like the deuce point in to deuce in the opening game. A forehand error from Djokovic, and I guess this is gonna be the point at which he loses the game. What's it gonna be? Breakpoint number 3 that was already. So the game was quite tense. Definitely. And what's the breakpoint gonna be? Let's just quickly see that before I head over to the other to the current sort of stream. Oh, and another forehand error. Wow. This one was wild. And let's get back to live. So there's some there's some opportunity for Musetti here. We'll see how whether he can capitalize on that. And of course, as I sort of mentioned earlier, this match between Fritz and Lehecka was the last one on Court de Prince because because Berrettini withdrew, and Berrettini-Rune was supposed to be the last one. That looks like maybe Ali Zalim in the crowd, I think. The French former tennis player. Is she a former tennis player who I don't know if she's still playing. I mean, she was playing like 5 events a year, I think, recently, but maybe she stopped that. And and of course now the Eurosport host in the studio, I would say. I don't know, something like that, right? Is Aliza still playing? Let me check that. I mean, she played 3 matches last year. It seems, yeah, one ITF event last year. So I think it's fair to say probably former tennis player rather than current. Yeah, she since 2020 she only played 1 event last year. So I had a feeling that she played something, but I had no idea how much. Can Musetti consolidate though? Because that's the big ask now. 15-30 down already. Second serve as well. Djokovic gets a pretty funky angle on that backhand return, and looks like he should be able to secure the point. Oh, I mean, Djokovic smash is, probably some people have written books already about this shot, and once again, it does fail. Was it particularly easy? Not necessarily, but was it tough? Also can't really say that. Oh, sorry, I got distracted thinking about something else. Musetti has already won the point for 40-30. So that smash, could have some pretty huge implications for the rest of the game, and maybe even the rest of the set in that way. Because if Musetti now clinches the game, this is a moment where we might look back at it and say, "Oh, that was an opportunity that was not taken care of by Novak." But maybe Musetti is not going to clinch it. There's a forehand drop shot, which is actually really good. Oh, really? I mean, great forehand drop shot from Musetti. Novak plays it back, and Musetti just blasts the backhand straight at him. Straight at his racket. Very bizarre choice there. I think he was maybe, yeah. I mean, he's even showing that he had the down the line corridor. I think he was trying to like be cool, sort of cool about it, and go go for a short angle, I suppose. But yeah, as he I think sees himself going down the line corridor was probably more open. I think it was Fonini who like had his head in his hands in the crowd. I'm not sure because he was his head was down, but I think it was Fonini after that shot. And another forehand drop shot from Musetti also doesn't grant him the point. Novak gets to it and responds with a redropper or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, there's another breakpoint here. 2 forehand drop shots in a row. I think one was pretty spectacular, the previous one, but well, neither brought him the point. And this is Musetti gonna hold on? There's a lot of bad bounces going around right now. Novak just adds a lot of height to one of his forehands, survives this way, and Musetti is trying to slice him down, and eventually gets the error. Just a little wild on that backhand from a little wide, not wild on the backhand from Djokovic. It was not wild. So it's still deuce. We'll see how Musetti handles this pressure moment. And as I was saying before, the Fritz Lehecka match was the last one on Court de Prince. So right now we don't really have a choice of which match to watch anymore. It's just gonna be Djokovic-Musetti from here, and probably Mario is gonna be with you in on Medvedev-Zverev. I did not get distracted thinking about John Silk's silky locks. I got distracted looking at the mess in my place, which I'll have to take care of, frankly. I had no idea Struff was so good on clay. Jane says, "Yeah, I mean, it certainly doesn't seem like this would be the best surface for him, right? With the sort of game profile, but it actually makes sense. I think he just gets a lot of time to unleash, and like the high bounce is pretty good for him. I think. When it comes to because you wanted to say about you wanted me to talk about the Struff match in a second, because we have the third breakpoint, and Musetti misfires a second forehand in a row, I think, because the last point was also a forehand semi shank, let's say. So we're back at we're back at 1-1 in the second set. You wanted me to talk about Struff Ruud. Not much, frankly. I mean, Struff clearly has a very good matchup against him. He's been destroying him anytime they played. Struff came out with this sort of balls to the wall aggression, many ventures to the net, was 6-1, 5-2 up, and then lost 2 breaks in a row, and eventually clinched the match in 2. One of these were probably, if Casper wins the tiebreaker, then probably he wins the match, but other than that slip from 6-1, 5-2, Struff was pretty much perfect, and he's had a phenomenal week. I associate him with indoor hardcourts for some reason. Yeah, Struff, it's always been pretty hard to say like what's his best surface and etc. I think the only final I think that he had on the ATP tour was it like Munich or something. Munich 2021 on clay. When it comes to let me check. For example, when it comes to challenger titles, it's basically an even split, I would say, between clay and hard. I haven't actually counted, but I think it is. No, it's actually 4 on clay, 2 on hard courts, but 1 on outdoor hard court. No, I think it's 2. I think it's 2 on indoor hard courts. So yeah, I would say clay and indoor hard courts. That's probably where he's best at. But generally he can play anywhere, I would say. when it comes to top 10 wins, for example, he has 4 top 10 wins on clay, including, of course, Casper Ruud, 1 on grass, 3 on outdoor hard courts, and 3 on indoor hard courts. So, yeah, very, very even, and perhaps even more impressive on clay, given the fact that there's less clay, right, during the year. So, you could probably argue for what's the score, please, Fritz match? I mean, it's done, yeah. And Jane already told you that. Where is the scoreboard? Peaches is asking. I'm not sure how to do that, but anyway, there's not really like any need for a scoreboard right now, frankly, because it's just Djokovic-Musetti, or we can just put on the score from Djokovic-Musetti, I suppose. But yeah, there's just one match going on at this point in time, and there's gonna be as well. You know what? There's gonna be no, Zverev Medvedev is gonna be after Djokovic-Musetti, but it's all one court. Rainier the third, or however his name is read. The guy who is who the court is named after, sort of. Yeah, 1-1, and Djokovic might be in trouble in his service game again. Gonna be a second one as well at 15:30, so Musetti can look for another opportunity. Sorry. There was a mishit backhand from Musetti here, but he actually survives it and seems to be in control of the rally again now. Gets pretty easily to that backhand down the line from Djokovic. Musetti's defense has been pretty good in this match in general, but now he mistimes the backhand and nets it. Djokovic was approaching. I guess he was already done with the rally. Djokovic's kid, I don't know, Stefan, what was his name, I think, and his wife are very, very happy about this. I'm kind of surprised that they're so happy. Maybe it's not just the point, because, well, they probably had a bigger reaction after this point that they did after he won the set. But fairly all, anyway. Some moments of indecisiveness from Novak here, actually. After that +1 forehand, he goes to the net, sort of. Yeah, just not really in time. Then has to play a tougher volley because of it. It's decent, but Musetti runs down the response, and runs down the volley and just passes Novak. So there's another breakpoint now. If he was more set to, if he set his mind to it earlier with the approach, he probably could have caught the volley just at a better angle, but he didn't. That's a serve and volley from Novak, though, and yeah, this one is just very routine. Got the serve on the line, and Musetti sliced the return, and it was never going to cause any issues for Novak in this way. It's still deuce. This time he is a little more, just a little more, how do you say that? Confident with the +1 forehand and follows it up to the net, but Musetti can't even make him play the volley. He just, I don't know. I think it was about bounce. He seems to be unhappy about it, understandably. Yeah. Yeah, this time Musetti is the one taking full control of the rally. Some great defense from Novak, but eventually Musetti will have to clean that. It does seem like Musetti just has so many tools in his repertoire. Unlike Andrey Rublev, Stefanos Tsitsipas knows what I'm talking about. But unlike yeah, he just has so many tools in his repertoire that sometimes it's just hard to decide which ones to use and how he should approach a match tactically. Certainly quite a it's actually quite tough to play like that, I think. To It's way simpler when you just have a big serve, big forehand, and just go for the same patterns basically, even regardless of the opponent somehow. Sometimes I was even thinking, like last year, for example, like some of these serve plus one forehand bots, let's say, do they really need to do any research in terms of the tactics? Like, do they need to know who they're playing even? I don't really think so, right? I mean, they can just absolutely abuse whatever they have, and they just, it would actually maybe even be for some of these players, maybe it wouldn't even be beneficial to know who they're playing, and like um it would take away too much of their assets to try to play smarter. Another forehand error from Novak. I think this bounce also wasn't great, but I don't think he's complaining about that. I think he's just unhappy about missing that forehand. Probably a high number of forehand unforced errors on Novak right now. Is there are the stats on the ATP website any good for Monte Carlo? I'm not actually sure, but maybe we could have this sort of data. I think we do. I think we do, but I'm gonna see. We'll see in a second. And if anyway, there's another breakpoint. Not the Netflix show, but just the stuff. And Djokovic commits a backhand unforced error this time. Was trying to take it early and approach, and Musetti gets another break. Maybe this time he can actually hold on to it. We shall see. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there. Okay, we have these stats, so I'm interested in the forehand unforced errors of Novak. Mm, I guess from of the ground strokes is just 5 so far. So perhaps I was just unlucky to sort of run into a number of them in very short succession. Looks like until he was like 5-2 up in the opener, he probably wasn't really hitting as many of them as he's been recently, as he's been in the past. 7 forehand winners from Musetti, by the way. But it's also not really that good. Like, it's clear that this is not working properly as well, because we remember that missed overhead from Novak, and yet I only have one overhead from his backhand, and it was a winner in the stats. So clearly they're also not spot on. Clearly there's some issues, at least, in that. But yeah, since we started watching, so since 5-2, it's actually been a super even match. Yeah, let's see how they handle it from here. Last time Musetti broke, he obviously did not consolidate. Hi man, do you think Zverev will come back and win the US Open for this year? Oh, I think his best chance is probably the French. With the way he played last year, I actually believe him when he says that he was playing so well. Um, when I actually I believe him when he says he was playing so well, he might as well have won the French Open if he didn't get that, the ankle injury. Of course, it's still a very tough ask to beat Nadal, even if he won that tiebreaker. But if he did, I think he was the favorite for the match, just out of like purely physical reasons. I think he was the fresher player, um, and yeah, I think his best chance is the French rather than the U.S. Open. Just not sure if he's gonna be able to like stop the likes of Medvedev, Alcaraz at the US. I'm not sure. Oh, Djokovic, of course, as well. And yeah, at the French, I would actually give him a bigger chance. But of course, the French is way closer, right? So in that sense, it could be tough. Last year, he really did so well to stop Alcaraz in the quarters, and maybe wasn't playing that well against Nadal. But yeah, if he just won that tiebreak, it's very possible he would have been in the final. He also would have played Ruud, which I'm sure he wouldn't have crushed him as much as Nadal did, right? Like that was just one of the worst worst Grand Slam finals ever, frankly. At least these that I had the chance to watch. But I think he also would have been favored to beat Ruud, probably beat him just based on the sort of momentum and the form, also the fact that he had been there before, of course, at the US Open losing to Team. So yeah, I would say the French is his better chance, but maybe for 2024, we'll see. The US, yeah, I'm not sure I see him beating Alcaraz, Djokovic, or who was I saying? Medvedev in a best of 5 match at the US Open. And it's actually kind of likely that you're gonna have to beat two of these guys to win the title, right? Um, so yeah, I would give him more of a chance at the French, but that's also mostly because, well, we don't really have any big favorites for the French at this point in time, right? Because we still don't know what Nadal is gonna, well, when he's gonna play, what he's gonna do, and yeah, that makes predicting anything pretty rough. Um, forehand and serve speeds. Ask Matthew. Yeah, I was also wondering about that sleeve. But let me see. 173 first serve. That kind of seems slow, right? Like he average. That I mean, on clay it could be a little slower. Let me compare it with I don't know, some other maybe Monte Carlo match in the past that Novak played. Maybe not necessarily the Gakov one, because if he had some sort of an issue, then it wouldn't be like that. But let me maybe look at what he did in MC. Did he play last year? Yeah, he lost to Davidoš Fokina, right? Well, let's look at that even. Why not? But I'm also gonna choose like the ones 2021. Let's see what his serve speeds were there. Um, 178 average. Here there's no serve speeds. Okay, 2021. So that's just one clay match, of course, but yeah, on clay it's gonna be a little lower because you more often go for the kick, right? So I don't really want to compare it to the matches he played in Dubai, for example, because I think it makes no sense. Although we could do that, and like in Dubai, he was serving at 194. But looking at least from that Monte Carlo match, maybe I'm gonna check like Madrid last year. That would be, or no, Madrid might be not because it's altitude, but let's choose Rome last year, and I think that might be a good comparison because he was already firing back then, right? In Monte Carlo, he was still sort of just barely coming back. 188. That's a pretty significant difference, actually. 189. Yeah, looks like it might be down. Might be down a little bit. At least the serve speed. Forehand, I have no clue. Frankly, so. But the difference is pretty significant. But he also might be just going for a different variety of spins. I would say in that. Although I would say in the moments since we've like watched the match, it's mostly been flat. So yeah, perhaps you're right. Of course, as I was looking for that, Musetti breaks back. Actually, Djokovic breaks back, of course. And yeah, once again, the same pattern as in the opening. Well, as in the opening two games. So Musetti breaks and then does not continue this position in the next game. Once again, by the way, because I just rewinded to the drop shot, to the break point. Once again, his Musetti's drop shot was pretty good, but then he didn't really do much with it. This drop shot from Djokovic was pretty good though, and he as well, and he actually takes the point because I don't think Musetti made it. I think there was a not up call. If it's raining and under the roof, Zverev can't beat anyone. Yeah, I mean, indoor conditions at the French definitely suit him. He's won Madrid a few times, right? I mean, maybe once. No, I think he's won it a couple times. So this is like almost an indoor venue, of course, at the Caja Mágica. So yeah, I totally agree that if they close down the roof, Zverev also gets a boost for sure. Yeah, he's won Madrid twice. Yeah, I was right. Some bit of symmetry there from John with the breakpoint stats. Of course, not exactly the same number, but 50% each. My stream has just broken down for some weird reason. Like it just showed stop. It just showed that the match is over, which clearly isn't true. So I guess I'm gonna have to do something about it. Yeah, it just shows that the match is over. Maybe it's gonna fix itself. I'm not sure. LGD. Okay. Maybe John has explained that. I wasn't sure what's going on. Yeah, I have to look for some other way to watch the match now, which might also mean that my feet could be behind a little bit. I just saw an ad with someone who looked exactly like Miles. By the way, I was kind of shocked to see he's in ads already. But well, apparently it's not him, but he looked just exactly like him. Yeah, I have the match already. Now I'm at 30-all in the Djokovic service game. How much behind them? Oh, actually, not that bad. Okay, so that's fine then. 2-all, 30-all. Yeah, and they're engaged in a pretty long rally with lots of depth from coming from both sides. Both are such excellent movers as well. And Musetti tries to go for another forehand drop shot, but this time just doesn't make it over the net. I wonder if it would have been good enough. It's kind of unclear. I think Djokovic read it quite early, and it's not certain that this would have won him the point. He was already on the run, but you never know. Anyway, it just clipped the net, so that's another breakpoint for Djokovic. Sorry, breakpoint, game point. They've been breaking themselves all set, and I already started thinking of this as a breakpoint because yeah, they just broke each other 4 times in a row, so it's almost like a breakpoint now. Ooh, what happened? Did Novak just got? Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened. Maybe you can see that on like the replay because either Novak just got completely wrong-footed. Maybe that was it, but he just did not make. Okay, he slipped a bit. Okay, I see. Yeah, Novak just slipped. It seems 152 kilometer an hour on that forehand. It did not look that fast. Kilometers an hour. It did not look that fast, but yeah, it seems like Novak slipped. If there wasn't any slip or anything, we would start thinking about maybe some physical issues as well because well, he did not just make any attempts to chase that ball, but I think he just slipped. That's what it seemed like from the replay. Another smash from Djokovic, and this time is actually very good and tough as well. He is actually doing like thanking God for he is thanking God for this making this smash, I suppose, which is pretty funny. He's laughing as well, and this one was really tough. It was without the bounce, like basically 75% of the court, let's say, and yeah, he landed in the corner very nicely. I wouldn't try to smash it, but I suck, so he's Novak Djokovic, so he can. And now he plays a couple of huge forehands. Was trying to approach the net, but like the approach shot was good enough to win in the point already. And yeah, it's 3-2 Djokovic. First hold in this game, in this set. Still feels like the man in front for sure, but Musetti has caused issues. Even if Djokovic wins the next two games, we'll still remember him this much as some sort of as fairly close as not. We're getting news also that Mario is gonna be here soon, which is good because I also gonna be off soon. We'll probably if Mario is here, I'm probably gonna leave in like just a few minutes. But if because I mean, as I said, I have to like leave at 5:50, I think, but like that's when I have to leave the house, so I still have to pack and etc. I'm just gonna wait for Mario definitely, and soon enough you're gonna have some crazy Italian commentary on Musetti the Djokovic. No, Mario is not the one to do that, but it would be funny. I keep remembering that. No worries, MGD. I keep remembering that a time when at the Australian Open we had on the stream we had Jack commentating on Andy Murray, and it was just so hilarious that sometimes this sort of commentary can be entertaining as well, where you just like go ultra partisan and I guess you would have to give me like some I don't know. I think that there are a few players where I could go like that, but probably not Djokovic or Musetti. I don't think Mario is a big Musetti fan either out of the Italians, although he probably likes him. I mean, who doesn't like Musetti, right? He's so entertaining, he's so flashy. But will he be able to still have a saying in this match? That's the question right now. That was a very predictable lob from Novak, but it was still, at least it was made for a backhand overhead from Musetti, and eventually the Italian wins the point. But the backhand overhead wasn't that amazing. The volley was though. The volley was really good. So. Oh. It's a pretty big return from Djokovic at Musetti's backhand, which he doesn't manage to control it. So it's 15-0. MGD is also asking for like the live result of the Djokovic Musetti match. If you can do that, John. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure how. Thanks. And Djokovic has just won the point, which I didn't see, but there's gonna be a replay. Fantastic. Right on cue. Ooh, that's a pretty spicy dropper. Definitely extremely well hidden because it just seemed like he was going for a huge backhand, and just instead very, very soft touch. The backhand down the line drop shot that Djokovic is kind of famous for. And there's an error from Musetti to get Djokovic to 2 breakpoints. Musetti still hasn't held in this set, although up until now it hasn't really mattered since he was also breaking Djokovic. But right now he might fall in trouble if he's 2-4 down. But he has caused problems in the last few games. Novak has definitely not been at his sharpest, but he has caused problems, Musetti, and yeah, it would be a shame if he won't have anything to show for it, but that's the reality. That's how it's probably going to be, especially as now another forehand drop shot ends with Djokovic just running it down for a backhand winner. Yeah, the drop shots have definitely been overplayed a bit by Musetti. It can be an absolute asset of his, but right now, yeah, the last few have really, they haven't missed their mark, I would say, but they were simply not good enough to give him the points. And it's a risky shot, of course. It ends the point. It brings the point to an end. Like whenever, whether you hit a good one or a bad one, it more or less ends the point, right? So yeah, Novak is bouncing, but he will serve. It looks like. I'm not sure what the holdup was. I think they were changing rackets because they were there was a ball change as well. Right, 16 games. Yeah. Oh, that's a beautiful inside-out backhand winner from Musetti. Pretty rare shot. Definitely pretty rare to hit it like that. But the guy has a wand instead of racket, of course. Was that second serve out? I think it was. So, and well, the tendency of these two guys to break each other in these two sets is still going on for sure. Djokovic is 0-30 down, double fault. Only one game this set has ended in a hold so far, and was that 2-all, 2-all. Game at 2-all. That's what I mean from Djokovic. Musetti is on the defense again, trying to just make Novak uncomfortable with the slice, which kind of works. At least he hasn't been able to do much with anything. That now it's Musetti's time to counter. But some very good depth on the backhand gives Novak a short ball, but he misses it off the forehand, which again has looked shaky today for sure. And yeah, we have 3 breakpoints back for Musetti. The breakpoint stats are now at 6 out of 11 for Djokovic and now 4 out of 8 for Musetti. But of course, Musetti has 3 now, so 3 of them now. Lots of breaks here in this match for sure. But
Hi.
Oh, hi Mario. I will have to plug in my headphones. It seems. Where are they? Where are they?
This is my answer. So, okay, I'm going to read. Okay. So we have two break points, and the break is now. Okay, so 6th break of the set. Djokovic still up 4-3. And yeah, I don't know what to say, because it's basically every game, almost every game is ending with a break, except for one in the second set. So probably it's kind of normal that Musetti broke here.
Yeah, I just had to find some headphones, for it not to be an echo. I am actually gonna leave you to it though. I have to leave in like 15 minutes.
It's okay.
So yeah, have fun watching Djokovic-Musetti. Hopefully a longer match. We'll see, and Medvedev-Zverev, of course. And yeah, see ya, guys. Thanks for all the people who commented and etc. And yeah, see ya. Have
Bye.
fun, Mario.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, so I'm alone. Okay, I'm trying to. Yeah, I watched something of this match coming back home, because I was at university today, but I watched something, and so I have an opinion, but of course everyone can show what he thinks in the comments. Let's see now. Musetti still hasn't held a single service game in this second set. He's serving for the fourth time and trying to get his first hold. Serve and the forehand is, the umpire is checking if it's good or not. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Novak disagrees. And the crowd is going crazy. Yeah, there's a discussion here. If I'm listening well, is about which sign is, and not if the sign is. Oh, no, it's about the yeah, it happens sometimes. Yeah, okay, so hi everyone. I'm reading some comments, and so I'm answering. Yeah, there's still the discussion. Of course, the umpire has decided, so it's 15-love. According to Hokai, is very, very long. According to Hokai, and yeah, so I will never. Yeah, I know that Hokai can be wrong, but I will never get tired of saying that I would like to have Hokai even on clay. Thirty love. Musetti is quite close to get his first hold, even if he's been 30-love once in this second set, and he still he got broken. Thoughts on Sinner is for me. Well, I mean, winning ugly is something for the very good tennis players, and so yeah, it was also tricky because it was like his first real match because of Schwartzman injury on yesterday, so it was the real first test on clay, while Urkac already played like 5 hours and a half. So it was tricky. Meanwhile, Musetti held to love, and so 4 games all. Tara is sleeping. Now I think, please. So now there's a difficult job to make for Djokovic, because 4 games all holding has not been easy at all in this second set. So it's a double fault. Love 15. Easy smash winner for Djokovic. So 15 all. Serving well in this point. We are engaged in a very long rally. Battle of the backhand. Now Djokovic switched to the forehand. Oh, great shot. Great forehand on the run for Djokovic, who's now 30-15 up. A kick on the first serve. Oh, and the forehand in the net. So we are 30 all. A big point coming. 4 games all and 30 all. And it's a second serve. And double fault. Again, a second one in this game. Break point in Musetti's favor. Djokovic wanted to serve and volley on the kick. but the serve is in the net. Second serve and break point, already 2 double faults in this game. Backhand to backhand, Djokovic with the forehand down the line. It's a tight rally, this one. And Musetti breaks. And so now Musetti will serve to bring Djokovic to a third set. I know the job won't be easy at all because Musetti held for the first time in his previous service game. I'm talking about the second set. So it won't be easy to hold again, but at least now he's up in the score. And so let's see how this game goes. We're playing 1 hour and 50 minutes. And Musetti is now trying to force the match to a decider. Good forehand, 15 love. And good serve, 30 love. Musetti is 2 points away from taking the second set. The drop shot is in the net. So 30-15. Well, I don't even know if it was a drop shot. It was a bit difficult to understand what he was trying to do. This is wide, so second serve. Great point from Djokovic, who put Musetti under pressure since the return. And so 30 all. Musetti is still 2 points away from the set, but Djokovic is now there. That's a pretty big point. Very deep return. And Djokovic played amazing. Amazing played. 30-40. Raising the level. And now there's a break point. We were 30 love. And well played again. And Musetti misses the forehand. And Djokovic breaks back. 4 straight points for him. So 5 games all. We need to wait to know who's going to take the second set. Love 15. We have a prediction here. Musetti to win this set and Novak to blow out Musetti in the third. Let's see. For now, this set is going to last a little bit longer. Second serve and love 15. Long rally again. Djokovic is defending. And Musetti does the point. It's a great point. Musetti screaming all the way. Love 30. Good backhand, but we're still in the rally. And Musetti played very well this point. Love 40. Again, 3 break points. And 6-5. Musetti will serve again for the second set. So we are again in the same situation as before. 11 games and 9 breaks. So let's see now if Musetti will do a big job. He's been 30 love up in the 10th game, but then Djokovic raised his level and made 4 points in a row. So this 12th game is starting. Musetti trying to serve for the set for the second time. We are hitting the 2 hours. Forehand winner down the line for Djokovic. Love 15. $15 good first serve by Musetti. And 30-15, he's again 2 points away. And 40-15, 2 set points. The return goes long. And the second set is over. 7-5. We're going into a third set. 6-4 Djokovic, 7-5 Musetti. So, still a bad match so far, to be honest, quality-wise. Neither Djokovic or Musetti are playing a good match, in my opinion. So we're playing from 2 hours. We're going to a decided set. And let's see how it goes now. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if Valid is right. As for now, Musetti won the set. So now, according to his prediction, Novak will still win this match. Okay, so third set starting now. Djokovic serving. The lob goes long. 15 lob. First point goes to Novak. Well played. 30 love. And 40 love. Very well served so far in this game. And closes the point and the game with a volley. 1 love in Djokovic's favor. It already seems like another match. At least watching how easily held. Yeah, he's not serving. He's not going so fast with the serve. Today, I don't know if probably it's related to what he's wearing on his right arm. Now Musetti on serve. Two shots on the line for Musetti. And then he wins the point. $15 love. And Musetti misses the forehand. 15 all. The sky is cloudy. in Monte Carlo. So, of course, the beginning of the set will be too much important for Musetti if he wants to build something on the second set he just won. And he's already in trouble. Djokovic took him to the distance in this rally, and then Musetti missed the forehand again. Second forehand mistake in this game. 15-30. Good defense from Djokovic. Musetti played well with the backhand here. Djokovic had a shaky step. I mean, it's a bit something like Davidovich Fokina's fall, in my opinion. I don't think it's nothing. All. Still a bit in trouble, Musetti. Let's see how he plays this point. He needs to serve with a second serve. And Djokovic misses the backhand. 40-30. Yeah, I think he found... Yeah, he found the grip. Okay, he changes everything. Put a bit of a water. Yeah, the crowd is just a bit disrespectful here, as always, but another second serve for Musetti, who is a point away from holding. Good backhand. 1-game-all. Well played from 15-30. Who's winning from here? I answer. I think Djokovic is still winning this one. So two straight service games won, which was something we weren't watching in a while. In the second set, it has never happened. It rallied this one. And Djokovic misses the forehand, 15 all. And this is long. The backhand slice. 30-15, Djokovic lost only 1 point so far on serve in this third set. And 40-15, 2 game points from Djokovic, who looked like on serve has found a little bit his rhythm. Oh, it's raining. Oh, damn. It's raining, so let's see on clay. If it's raining just a little bit, we can keep playing. And 40-30. Forehand winner for Musetti. Another chance for Djokovic. It looks like they're going to stop. Yeah. It's raining too much. Okay, so the play is stopped. Djokovic up a game point, 1-all in third set. And yeah, so now they are covering the court. Okay, so I actually don't know how long the rain. I haven't checked how the weather will look like. And yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm sad. I wanted to watch tennis, but it is what it is. Play suspended. They have just covered the court. The crowd is going away. the players are away. Yes, on action, the weather is not looking terrible for what I can watch from my TV, but yeah, reality is that it's raining, and so yeah. So just to remember that, yeah, things are not so worrying for the organizers because there's only this match to end, and then the match between Medvedev and Zverev. Also, this match has already started for a while, over 2 hour playing. We are in the third set, so the situation is quite okay, even with a bit of a rain. What happened on the match? It happened that it's raining, and so the match is suspended. Yeah, nothing more to say. It's suspending, and the score, we have the score on the screen. Yeah, it's horrible when it rains. We had the match going on, and suddenly we have nothing. We have some quarterfinals already set. Sinner is waiting the winner of this match. And then we have Rublev against Struff, Tsitsipas against Fritz, and Rune, who hasn't played today because of Berrettini injury. Rune is awaiting the winner of the Medvedev-Zverev match. Okay. So I think that's it for now, but we are coming back. Hopefully, because hopefully the match will resume in a bit. Bye. talking about the Djokovic-Musetti match, which is a pretty tight match. We are one game all in this third set, sorry, 1-all. John was asking me before if I think that Jannik Sinner can win this title. And well, today he hasn't played a great match, but we also have to understand that it was here, as I said earlier, it was like his first real match on clay, because Schwartzman was injured during the debut round. So yeah, it was like his first real test on clay, while Urkac was pretty used to the conditions, because he played over 3 hours against Jarry in the first round, and then 2 hours and a half against Draper in the second round. So it was very, very tricky for Jannik to play against someone who is, of course, a great player like Urkac, but also very, very used to the conditions. So I think that he also got better as the match went on. So why not? If he's able to find his rhythm, he can be a threat for everyone, of course. So why not? That's my answer. The warm-up has ended. We are back on 40-30, so Djokovic has to serve up in this third game, and he has a game point. He's 1 point away from holding. So we are beginning. Mario tried giving Balotelli some love yesterday, and John was like, "Nah, no, sorry, but I don't like Balotelli. I can't agree." Oh, Djokovic held 2-1. No, I personally I don't like Balotelli so much, to be honest. I don't like this kind of players. John calls it soccer. we need to fix this issue. We are going to fix this issue in a few, I hope, in a few months, because it's football. So Djokovic won 1 point and held his serve, because he was already 40-30 up. So 2-1, and now it's a bit tricky maybe for Musetti, because he's serving down in the score in the third set, and we have just came back. You look like a Buffon stan. No, to be honest. But it's okay. Love 15. Musetti went in the net with a slice. Who is my guy? I really don't know about football. Who is my guy? I like players like Lewandowski. Who else? I don't know. I have to think about it. Here we have a long rally. Oh, it's long. Just a little bit long. 15-all. First point made by Musetti. I used to like Del Piero. I didn't mind him when he was playing. Someone is moving in the crowd. Okay, now we can play. And Novak played really well here and forced an error from Musetti, who is now in a bit of trouble. 15-30. So Ghost's guys are Zidane, Ronaldinho, and Shearer. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Second serve. The return is wide, so 30-all. Still a pretty tight game. It's long. Second serve again for Musetti. Let's see how Djokovic does here. Very deep return. And the backhand goes long. So 40-30. Musetti has a chance, a game point. Shaky second serve for Musetti. But it's a net, so he can repeat the serve. And 2 games all. Answering this, yeah, they had yeah, it's my mom. Sorry, y'all, but my mom has just came back, and I don't know how to tell her to shut up. Sorry. So 2 games all. Good backhand but shaky forehand. So 15 love. Still no breaks here so far in this third set. Yeah, we had quite a few, I would say, in the second set. Now players seem like to have found some kind of rhythm with the serve, at least taking some sort of advantage in the rally after serving. And 30 love. Well played in this rally by Djokovic. I remember that even if our stream will end after the end of this match, tennis in Monte Carlo will still be on with the match between Medvedev and Zverev. The ball was good. Maybe Musetti is trying to check in the mark. You can have lunch with Pirlo or Roger Federer. Which one do you choose? Yeah, I prefer talking about tennis, to be honest, so I choose Roger Federer. Not gonna lie. So the ball was in. Djokovic can repeat the first serve. This is really out. So there's a second serve. Long rally, Djokovic trying to dictate with the backhand. Musetti is in trouble, but is defending well. A drop shot is really good. Really good. 40 love. Looks like this can be a quite easy hold for Djokovic, but let's see. And an ace. So 3-2 Djokovic. Here we can see my dog, who is annoying me. I don't know why. Maybe he wants some food. As always, because my dog always wants some food. Like every dog, I think. Yeah, he's literally going crazy. Okay, whatever. Djokovic held to love. Still hasn't lost a single point on serve since the beginning after the rain delay. 5 points out of 5 won. And now Musetti has to serve again. Down in the score. Three games to two. And this is a pretty tight match. The quality hasn't been very, very high, to be honest, but it can still be entertaining to watch a tight match with a tight score. Of course, positive signs for Musetti after having won two good matches. Before, he was in trouble before coming to Monte Carlo, but now seems like he is finding again his tennis. Djokovic is trying to adapt to play, and also looks like he's suffering a little bit with his elbow. So now Musetti serving. Drop shot from Musetti. And Djokovic deals with it very, very well. Love 15. Second serve here. Musetti is trying to dictate with the forehand. Now backhand to backhand. Djokovic in defense, but he's defending quite well. A drop shot. And a smash. Winner from Musetti, 15-all. Here, Musetti played really well in this rally. He's trying to even the score because he's serving second in this third set. And the forehand goes into the net. Novak's forehand, so 30-15 in this sixth game. The 25th unforced error of his match. And 40-15. Musetti has 2 game points. For 15. And 3 games all. Musetti holds, and we are still on serve in this deciding set. Three games all. This game can be really important for both players. And Djokovic starts with a mistake. So love 15. Good backhand. And love 30. Bad volley from Djokovic, and Musetti made the passing winner shot. A second serve. And the return winner, love 40. Musetti has 3 break points, sorry. Serve and volley. Well done. 15-40. Still 2 break points. And the forehand goes long. 4-3. Musetti breaks. And Musetti is now 2 games away from winning the match. So, 7 games completed in this deciding set. And Lorenzo Musetti is up break on Novak Djokovic. 4-3 up. And now he has to serve. The drop shot is not good. I mean, it's good, but Djokovic has easy life with a backhand. Love 15. Djokovic goes long with the backhand, 15-0. The net helps Musetti, who closes the point with a forehand, 30-15. Ace, 40-15. Two game points for Musetti. And 5-3. Musetti is one game away from winning the match. Djokovic is serving to stay in the match. Good volley, 15-love. And well played with the forehand by Djokovic, 30-love. On a good track in this game. Mario, are you a Musetti fan? No, to be honest. I have to be fully honest. Of course, I respect him a lot, but I'm not a fan of his tennis. It's a matter of taste. So not very much. Long rally here. Djokovic attacking. Musso. That's incredible. 40-love. But to be honest, I don't care about the countries. I can't feel anything in particular when an Italian guy is playing. I don't know how to explain. For me, it's just Lorenzo Musetti or Yannick Sinner or Matteo Berrettini, or not much not more, no more, and no less. So that's my opinion. I don't care a lot about the nationality. So Djokovic held to love, and now Musetti has a not easy job to do because he has to serve for the match. And of course, Novak is not playing a good match, and probably his elbow is hurting a bit, but a win against Djokovic is something very, very, very big in tennis. So let's see how Musetti does in this game. My bet is that he is going to hold, but we can never know. Two hours and 45 minutes. 4-6, 7-5, 5-4. Musetti is serving for the match to reach Yannick Sinner in the Monte Carlo Masters quarterfinals. Ace, 15 love. Out. This is a bad mistake from Musetti. The court was open. 15 all. Again, the first serve in. And the forehand goes long. 30-15. Ace, 40-15. Two match points for Musetti. Shaky forehand, 40-30. Another match point. Another one. Second serve. Good return. Deuce. Match point saved. Both match points saved from Djokovic. Incredible. It's in. Wow. Fantastic passing shot made by Djokovic. Incredible. Break point. Fantastic shot of the match so far. A second serve for Musetti. Deuce. We're still in the match. In this 10th game, Musetti 2 points away. Out. Another second serve. Long rally. A match point again. It's long. Third match point. Oh, shaky backhand from Musetti. Another match point saved by Djokovic. Deuce, a never-ending game. And it's, of course, a super important game. 3 match points for Musetti already. And also 1 break point for Djokovic. In the net with a drop shot, 4th match point. Match point number 4. Second serve. And it's over. It's over. Musetti won the match. He's crying. Great tug at the net. 4-6, 7-5, 6-4. Lorenzo Musetti beats Novak Djokovic and flies into the Monte Carlo Masters quarterfinals. He will play against Jannik Sinner for a spot in the semis. First career win over a world number one for him. He had some good wins already, like, for example, the win against Alcaraz in the final, Hamburg final. But this one is clearly special. Very well played in the important point for Musetti. And this is it. The crowd is happy. At least part of the crowd. Why is Musetti getting all emotional? Well, of course, regardless of the conditions and the state of the opponent, beating Djokovic is still fantastic for every player, especially a player so young like Musetti. So I can understand, of course, all the emotion. So this is it for our live show. And I remember that Lorenzo Musetti will play against Jannik Sinner tomorrow in the quarterfinals. And of course, there's also another match going on later, but we are not covering that match. And so I can only thank you all for being here, despite the rain delay. Yeah, Fabio and Flavia were here. We're in Monte Carlo watching the match. They're close friends of both players. And I wonder who the crowd will root in the all Italian match. I think the crowd will be more for Musetti, but let's see. That's my thought. I can be wrong. So yeah, I can only say thank you to you all, and see you soon. See you very soon. I guess tomorrow with the quarterfinals, someone will be on the channel. So very, very. You think Sinner will win easy? I think so. I think so, to be honest. I think Sinner is overall a better player than Musetti. And I think that Musetti will pay all the emotion of today's win. That's my thought. So, they love Lorenzo. Sinner is an elite, not yet for me. Yeah, but I think he's a big favorite tomorrow, to be honest. Musetti is from Carrara, Tuscany, so not very far away from Monte Carlo. So Musetti is saying that it's an emotional win. the match was difficult and was not easy to deal with the rain suspension. The conditions were different from the last days. I'm proud of myself. I'm struggling not to cry. Yeah, he's saying that serving was really difficult today because of the wind, because of the conditions. And that's the reason why, according to him, there were too many breaks in this match. Beating once Novak is something very remarkable for me, said Musetti. Right now, just want to enjoy this win. I don't want to think too much about tomorrow's match. Now I will rest, I recover, I'll enjoy the win, and I'll get ready for tomorrow's battle. Okay, so after having listened to the interview, of course, Musetti is really emotional, really happy. As John, no, Medvedev-Zverev, I think that it's happening today because they have the light on court, so no reason to postpone the match, given that it's only 8 p.m. So I think that the match is happening now. Yeah, I know that John is still writing, but my laptop is turning off because of the battery. I'm going to have a dinner in a while, and so I'm saying goodbye to you all, and thanks to having been here. We have witnessed a really good Musetti's win, and let's see tomorrow. My guess is a Sinner win. Let's see if it happens. Yeah, you're right, Jane, but I definitely have to eat because at 9:30 I have to play football, and so I have to eat something, because if not, then it's too late, and then I can't move on the field, on the pitch, and so that's the main reason. So bye, you all. Thank you.